This is the Little Loop Railroad. Creative name, I know. It's a 3x4-foot On30 model railroad inspired by the stunning views of Colorado, with, of course, my own twists and takes and burgeoning modeling skills. I'm not exactly a modeling expert, but I had a lot of fun with this. The project began as a short series where I challenged myself to take a train set on vacation. After a small hiatus after the original series ended, I decided to make it a little more permanent. For my first model railroad with actual scenery on it, I'm quite proud of how it turned out. Today's video is a supercut. I've taken a bunch of old videos and mashed them together here, but I thought it would be fun to add a few extra details. If I'm just going to be lazy and slap together a bunch of old videos, I may as well try to spice something up here and there, right? So, after a couple of videos, I've added in a little bit of commentary and context. There's things that I've learned or realized since making these videos that I think are worth pointing out and sharing as part of the story. I've also included a couple of extra videos that aren't technically a part of the Little Loop, but feel like they should be, and I've included the vacation series. Now, the vacation isn't quite the 3x4-foot permanent setup, but it is kind of interesting because this whole series started with a bit of a strange challenge. I had to deal with... well, actually, why should I tell you when I can just roll the tapes? Enjoy the supercut. I'm going to be going on vacation. Like, right now, actually. I'm leaving in a few hours after this video goes live. Unless you're a member, in which case, hey yo, what up? I'm gonna be going on a vacation in a week. I'm going out east to visit family for a couple of days. It's gonna be a short and sweet trip, and I'll have a couple of fun things to talk about with you all once I return. Now, one integral part of any family trip is catching up on everybody's lives. It's an important part of socialization, and it can be good fun to share stories, hobbies, life stuff, etc. Well, I was thinking about what I would bring up about myself at these sorts of events. Now, obviously, trains isn't all I do. I do Geometry Dash, I do Splatoon, I do writing, but trains really are a major facet of my life. And I realized something kind of silly, kind of stupid, but in a way that I would 100% embrace. Since I like actually modeling and painting my trains as much as I do, I'm gonna obviously have to showcase some of that. Now, I could bring pictures, or I could bring models. Don't worry, I know this is a stupid idea, but I'm in the mood for stupid, so let's do this. The first step to this project was figuring out what to bring. The obvious answer was On30 trains. It would be a great sample of what I actually do as a modeler. However, for how much I love On30, it's a little bit large. Now, bringing along some of my collection and fleet wouldn't be impossible, but I'm afraid that it would eat up too much space in my bags. I still need room for travel essentials. You know, I need room for clothes, I need room for my laptop, I need room for other forms of entertainment than just model trains, right? Well, if On30 is too big, why don't I just go smaller? I've got a ton of N scale and even a little bit of Z. I've got Rokuhan Shorty Line Z scale stuff. Well, I could do that, but I feel it doesn't capture the modeling part of model railroading. Sure, it's trains, but it's not my trains, you know? Well, if N-scale doesn't work because I haven't painted the trains, why don't I do N-gauge, but with a bigger scale, like, say, HON30 or ON18, right? It would be a great way to still save room, but I would still have to paint the trains, and that would help to showcase my modeling skills. Plus, for a little series like this, I would have to paint everything in a 2-week time frame. Wouldn't that be a fun little challenge for the channel, right? Well, for how much I like this idea, there are a couple of circumstances that are currently getting in the way of this fully working right now. You see, I don't have any HO130, I don't have any ON18, and this creates two issues. First of all, I'm recording this with less than 2 weeks until I leave town. If I did buy HO130, if I did buy ON18, I would have to wait about a week for it to get shipped here, and then I would also have to worry about painting it all in a week and editing a video for it all in a week. I want to have multiple videos scheduled before I leave for this vacation, and if I have to spend 1 week painting everything and editing everything, I can do it, but it would be very stressful as I am trying to prepare for the vacation itself. Even if I could ignore the shipping time, I cannot ignore the costs. I'm strapped for cash right now. My phone broke, my headphones broke, I had to buy replacements for both of those. I've got the vacation coming up, and I'd like to try and save a little bit of fun money that I can spend freely, and I'm going on a day trip with an online friend in the next few days at the time of recording this. Even with all of the N-scale track that I have, ON18 or HO130 would just be a little more of an investment than I'm ready for right now. Well, what can I bring? I'm in a bit of a predicament here. It needs to be small enough to not take up too much room in my luggage. I need it to already be mostly assembled, so it's not much work. I cannot have large shipping times, and really I can't have any shipping times for anything other than finishing touches and details, and any extra materials I need cannot cost me much. Plus, it probably has to be an ON30 since I haven't really modeled in any other scales yet. What am I supposed to do? Well, if you've been on this channel long enough, you probably already had some ideas, and were yelling at me through the screen like a kid does at Dora the Explorer when Swiper is so clearly behind that tree right there. I do have a few tank engines I could take. There's Toma, Cherry, Snickerdoodle, and for those of you who have been observant, even a Cumberland Shops kit that you might have noticed in the background of some other videos. Of these, the Cumberland Shop kit would be a little too much work to do on short notice. An entire engine is more ambitious than I'm ready for, especially on a time crunch of 2 weeks. Toma would be a great candidate, but she's had some troubles running recently and makes a lot of motor noise. I should probably open her up sometime and lubricate her. Cherry doesn't have enough pickups to consistently run for long periods of time and doesn't have a stay alive to make up for this issue, so she's not really a great candidate either. Snickerdoodle will have to do. Not that I'm complaining though, she is the first engine that I ever finished painting, and she'll be a perfect locomotive for showcasing my ability as a modeler. Also, she's cute. I'm sure some family members will appreciate her cuteness factor. For rolling stock, I wanted to do a mixed freight train. I like painting my coaches in intricate ways, so I thought having one would be a great showcase. However, freight cars are generally more varied and would help make the train more texturally intriguing, rather than just having only passenger cars. The Willamette Port Caroni fleet, however, is a bit of a no-go. The cars are just too big. For heaven's sake, the standard freight car is a whole inch larger than Snickerdoodle, and I thought Snickerdoodle was one of the longest locomotives that I was willing to take on this trip. You're telling me that the freight cars are longer than the engine? I'd barely be able to fit a 3-car train at best, not to mention that the passenger cars are a whopping 9 inches long. The Willamette Port Caroni fleet is not going to work out for this project. However, I do have a couple of alternatives. For example, that Mount Blue Model Co 23-foot shorty combine I built a while back. It'd be perfect for the job, especially since I built it for Snickerdoodle in the first place. It's only a 1/4 inch longer than her. For freight cars, I do actually have a couple of 18-footers from Bachmann. However, I didn't make them, so they're not great showcases of my ability. One of the 2 tank cars would make for some nice texture and variety in her train though, so I'll consider keeping one, but both of them, nah. And I'm definitely not keeping the 18-foot high-side gondolas. Instead, I think it would be better if I went for my 20-foot crest high-side gondolas. After all, I built every single one of them and custom measured the actual gondola sides, stakes, details. I feel like these crest gondolas are the perfect example of what I can do as a modeler. They do take up a lot of space though, so I'll only be bringing 2 for now. Visual variety is also important, however, and boxcars are iconic to railroading. Now, I don't actually have any right now, but I do have a 17-foot steel boxcar kit that I could cobble together with the help of my father. It would help to round out the fleet and give us a nice bulky car for our train. Now, it will be a little interesting building a resin kit for the first time, but I don't think it'll be too hard, especially with my father helping me. But it's not the only kit I'm considering. I have a set of 3 18-foot flat car kits floating around, and even if I converted 1 or 2 of those into low-side gondolas, they would be really easy to pack these up, thanks to their smaller footprints due to their shorter car height. Plus, they're wooden kits. I like building wooden kits. Now, is this ambitious to bring along a locomotive, 7 freight cars, and a coach? Yes. Is it stupid? Absolutely. Is that going to stop me? No. And that's exactly what we're here for, isn't it? Little bit of stupidity, a pinch here and there. For track, I actually think there's an interesting discussion to be had. Track with roadbed is usually easier to set up than track without, but the roadbed eats into precious packing space, so track without roadbed might be a better option. With that said, I value my sanity when setting up the layout. I'm going to be bringing along the king of sectional track, Kato Unitrack. It's just the best. It's so easy to set up quickly, it's well made, and my father and I already have a small pile that I can use to kickstart the project. We probably have that pile because of the former reasons that I've listed. Now, I do have one concern about our current Unitrack pile. Minimum radius. We only have the standard 19-inch radius in HO scale, which requires roughly a 3-foot 6-inch wide table to fit on. I'm not sure we'll have that kind of table space available, and even if we do, it is always better to have your train as far from a sheer cliff to the floor as is possible. To fix this, I bought a half loop of Kato's sharpest HO curves. Now, I could have gone for a full loop, but as I said before, I'm strapped for cash right now. I can't afford to do that, really. A half loop, however, can go a surprisingly long way if you stagger it with your larger curves. Basically, at the ends of your layout where you have your big half loop, what you do is you have the interior of the half loop be your sharper curvature and the exterior be your broader curvature. Let me show you a direct comparison. Here are 3 loops of track. The smallest is Kato's sharpest curvature, which is about 14.5-inch radius, while the largest is their average curvature, which is about 19-inch. The middle, however, is that staggered mix of the two that I explained earlier. Now, comparing the purely 19-inch radius curve to the mixture of the two, you can see the drastic distance. Goodness, I wrote a little bit of a tongue twister in the script here. You can see the drastic difference in distance covered by each half loop, even when not using only the sharper curvature. Now, this isn't a perfect fix, obviously. The sharpest curves is just the best way to go, but it'll have to do, and it is notably better than what we had before. Now, all I need is a loop of track, but we're already being stupid with how many freight cars we're bringing, and I want more. So, we already have 2 switches in our Unitrack pile already. Wouldn't it be nice to have a couple of decorative spurs? Sure, I could use them for mild switching, but I think more importantly, I can use them to display cars that are not on the train itself. I think Snickerdoodle would look best when she's pulling 2 to 3 freight cars, and by having these extra spurs on the side, that'll allow us to still display everything without dumping it all on the train. The last important element we need is a system to control our trains. Now, I was originally thinking we would just bring a DC power pack, but my dad actually suggested we bring a full DCC system, just so we can use all of Snickerdoodle's functionality. Now, what I have is an NCE power cab, and that's a little bit longer than a standard DC power pack. But it is also much thinner, meaning that the volume that either one would take up is about the same, though in different ways, in different volumes. In order to figure out whether the DC power pack or the DCC system is better, though, I think we're going to have to figure out how exactly we're going to pack everything together. And in order to do that, I think we need everything here. At the time of recording, I've only started on a couple of the freight cars, and I have to wait for that 14.5-inch radius to get here. I think we'll have to call it here for now, partially because I have more work I need to do rather than sitting at a computer editing videos, but also because I think it would be fun to split this up into a small series. More content to watch, am I right? In all seriousness, I'm on vacation. I know I stream twice a week. Well, you're not getting any streams for at least a week, so I might as well have some videos for you all to watch while I'm gone, right? Plus, I've set a personal goal for myself. I'm trying to have one video every week this month to see if I can manage the workload with this new editing style that we're testing. I think I can, but I guess the only way to find out is to wait until the 30th and see if a video goes live then, right? Either that, or you could get a membership to see videos a week in advance. It's only $3 a month, and you can support ambitiously stupid projects like this one. Whatever you do though, thank you for watching. It's kind of interesting to watch this video now. There's a few scripting mistakes, no song credits baked into the video, I had to add those now while I'm doing the supercut, and there's a video transition that got messed up and only appears for one frame about a second after it's supposed to. But the most interesting part is how this is one of the earliest videos from when I actually started trying with video editing. Prior to this 5-video September challenge, I would only upload like once a month at best, and the videos I posted were extremely rambly. I treated YouTube more as just a place to post progress than as an actual content creation platform. This video was the third of me making the push to go from YouTube being a part-time hobby to a full-time hobby. And sure, I could have done things better, but looking back, this is a pretty good starting point. In fact, I think in some ways this video has more charm than some of my modern stuff does, and maybe I need to take a page out of my book from back then. I'm proud of how this turned out. This project is not going according to plan. I started work on the subject of this video on Monday the 9th. It is now Wednesday the 11th as I start actually editing this. We leave for vacation on the 16th, next Monday. In case it wasn't obvious, that vacation is my ultimate deadline. This entire project is for taking model trains on vacation with me, and if I don't have my videos done by then, I am screwed. I want to have a video out every week this month, and my laptop is not going to be strong enough to edit videos while I'm on the road. We already discussed in the previous video in this small series about how the tight time frame means that I can't do anything ambitious. This is why, aside from the kits that we'll be building today, most of this model railroad project is just stuff that I already had lying around. Well, I learned the hard way that I bit off more than I can chew. The 3 flat cars? Easy. I built all of them and converted 2 to gondolas on Tuesday. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. The box car is a piece of work. I was woefully unprepared for a resin kit. And now, I bought the box car like new, but it was second-hand, and it seems that played an important role in this because some of the materials were warped. The roof is royally screwed to a point that even my father said we should just give up on this. And I'll be honest, for how much I really wanted to get a boxcar on this train, for how iconic they are to railroading, Giving up on it is a really strong contender for what is going to happen at this point. As I start editing this video, we are not done building it, and we really should be by this point so that I can focus on other trip-related things. It's eating into the careful schedule I had planned for this week. I might fail this. Well, okay. Let me calm down for a minute. This project as a whole isn't a failure. I did complete the 3 flat car kits, and I'm really proud of how they turned out. Let's talk about those. And even if I cannot finish the boxcar on time, I've done a lot of work on it, and I'm still proud of all that I've learned and tried to do in these last few days. And there is still a chance, maybe by the time I finish editing this, we finish the boxcar. For now, though, let's take a little bit of a breather and focus on what I know is complete. For these flat cars, I've actually built some of them before. I built them a couple of months ago, or at least very similar ones. I used the Kitwood Hill 20-foot flat cars for my Crest high-side gondolas. Now, the ones we're building today are 18-footers instead of 20-footers, so they're about half an inch shorter, but they are practically identical in design, which made assembly a cakewalk for me. I'm used to these. The first step was to cut out the material that we needed early on. Now, this wasn't actually all that much, since the frame and the deck were already separate pieces from everything else, so all we needed to do at first was the sides and the ends so that we can glue them onto the frame. Now, I do sometimes paint the pieces before I glue them, but that runs the risk of warping the wood, especially on longer pieces like these sides. And since these pieces are all going to be the same color in the end anyways, I figured I would just wait to paint them. For the car decks, however, I painted those before assembly. Like all other flat cars and gondolas that I've built before these ones, I went for Ceramcoat Territorial Beige for the car deck. It's a nice wooden tone that, when intentionally painted unevenly, makes this great textured appearance in combination with the base color of the wood. As the decks were drying, the wood glue had dried to enough of point that I was ready to paint the car sides. Now, I wanted something colorful, and I'd originally considered painting these in green, but I instead decided to go with something a little more common on freight cars, and went with Badger Model Flex Light Tuscan Oxide Red. It's still colorful, it still pops out, but it's a little more in line with what you would expect. While that dried, I wound up cutting some pieces of wood in preparation for the gondolas. For the sides and the ends, I used one of my personal favorite materials for scratch building, 1/4 inch by 1/16 inch strips of wood. For the car sides, I cut them to the length of the car, 4.5 inches, 18 scale feet, and for the ends, I cut them to 1 3/8 inches wide. Now, initially, I cut the ends to 1.5 inches, since that's the width of the car between the stake pocket cutouts and the car's deck, but I did not account for the car's sides, and in the end, I had to trim 1/8 of an inch off of every piece to make sure that the sides were not sticking out too far. One problem with these kits is how lightweight they are. Fortunately, Kitwood Hill designed them with plenty of space for you to add weights below the car deck. Unfortunately, thanks to the cross braces for the truss rods on the underside, most weights that we have are too big, and I had to wind up using lead weights. I also had to wind up washing my hands immediately afterwards, since my father had just finished making dinner, lead is bad to ingest, and I happened to eat with my fingers a lot. Now, for one of the cars, I wound up sticking the weights on from the underside, since I didn't have one long string of weights to use, like I did for the others, that would cross the gaps in the cross braces while also having all the weight that I wanted to add. I actually think this method worked better overall, and I should have explored this idea first, but, well, too late for that, I guess. In the future, I think I'll give adding weights from the underside more of a shot. With the weights in place, though, the car deck could be glued on. Now, some of the decks did wind up warping thanks to the paints, so I had to add some temporary weight to hold them down as the glue dried, but fortunately that was easy enough to deal with. The flat car bases, at this point, are practically complete, so it's on to building the gondola sides next. I took the strips of wood that I cut earlier and painted them in the Badger Model Flex Light Tuscan Oxide Red like the sides from before, getting my fingers uncomfortably red in the process. The paint confused me a ton when I was cutting my hair later that night. How did I cut myself? Oh wait. Before I got around to putting together the sides, I wanted stakes for these gondolas. For the first of the two gondolas, I got around to cutting some 3/32 of an inch square strips of wood to a length of half an inch. I also cut a couple of 1/32 by 3/32 strips. Now, 3/32 of an inch is a mildly convenient measurement because the holes in the flat car decks that are designed for stakes are about 1/16 of an inch wide. Now, 3/32 of an inch is a little too big by exactly 1/32, but in a way which fits snugly into the notch of the car. There's just enough pressure that you're able to get it in and it holds itself in place. The car ends are where I'll add the 1/32 of an inch thick stakes. I don't know why, but it just feels right to have the ends be a little bit flatter for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why I like things this way, I just do. And with that, the first gondola is practically done. I did finish it off camera, but I think you've seen the parts that you need to for this. Assembling the second gondola wasn't much different from assembling the first, though there were some differences that I'd like to point out here. Firstly, the stakes were cut longer, 3/4 of an inch compared to 1/2 of an inch. This is simply because the first gondola was a single board low side, while the second one is going to be a 2-board medium side gondola. However, I did cut 4 additional stakes that were only 1/2 an inch long. I had an interesting idea that I wanted to try out with the second gondola to set it apart from the first even more than just being slightly taller. Now, since this was a medium-side 2-board, I glued the 2 parts to each side together before assembling them on the car itself. Oh god, wait, did I forget to mention gluing the sides onto the car itself earlier? Whatever, you know what I'm doing. Now, the interesting bit, however, and the reason I cut the 1/2 inch stakes, was the car ends. I thought it would be fun to have them be inset somewhat. So I tried that, using the 1/2 inch stakes as braces on the car's decks, and putting the slim stakes over the ends of the sides. And if I'm being honest, I think this looks a little silly, but not bad, I guess. I think it would have been a little more interesting if the sides didn't extend all the way to the ends of the car, but whatever, I think this is okay. With our flat car, low side, and medium side gondolas finished, we just needed to add spacers for the trucks, screw on said trucks, and screw on couplers, and bam! We're both done, and out of excuses to not talk about the nightmare boxcar. While this boxcar is causing me many headaches in the present, it's not like I came into this project unprepared. My father gave me tons of tips, and I asked him for help repeatedly throughout this project. For instance, he recommended cleaning the resin before starting work, so we did this on Sunday, ahead of schedule, to give the parts some time to dry. And it's not like this car was realistically that far outside of my scope. The basic assembly was easy. For the frame and car walls, we just used some CA, and I did my best to make sure that each segment was squared off against each other. This car was stubborn, though, and put up a fight. I kept accidentally tearing it apart. I think some of the pieces that I had were a little smaller than intended, or something, since it felt like there were more open gaps between the pieces than there were supposed to be. Not to mention the warping issue that I brought up earlier at the very beginning of this video. That might be my own fault, though. While I did buy this secondhand, and that might be part of the cause of this issue, I also didn't store the parts in a sealed bag, so I might be to blame here. It's been nearly a year since I bought this. The roof, as I mentioned at the beginning of this video, is where the real trouble began. First of all, there was the main roofing material and the subroof structure, which we actually had to assemble together. At first, this wasn't so bad. I just used magnets and clamps to hold everything together while the glue dried, but the farther up the car I went, the harder things got. The clamps weren't all that strong, and any point that wasn't being held down by a clamp would just flex and split. The roofing material would not stay in place. The roofing material wasn't the only problem, though. The subroof was clearly warped. There were considerable gaps between the main car body and the subroof. It looked terrible, and we really didn't know how to fix it. And that's where our story ends, right? What are we supposed to do without a car roof? Buy another kit? I mean, I have considered doing the Banta Model Works Fat Albert for a while now, but I can't wait for one to ship in. We don't have the time for it to arrive. Maybe I could bring another boxcar that I already have, but I don't have anything as small as this one, so the replacement would take up more space than I'd like. My father actually suggested that we just scratch build an entire boxcar of our own, but while I'm comfortable with scratch building, I think an entire boxcar is just a little more ambitious than what I'm willing to do, especially with the time frame that we have. And thus, the final suggestion came in. Give up. We have what we need. A train set to bring on vacation that shows what I can do as a modeler. It doesn't matter if it's the best, it matters that it works. But then, something clicked. Something I hadn't considered. Something I needed said back to me to truly understand. Something I wasn't quite ready to pull off, but something that was the only way to have any chance to finish this. My father mentioned scratch building a whole car, which was way too much work for now. But the core idea stuck, and I realized the way forward. Scratch build just the roof. This is it. This has to be it, right? I've already been scratch building the gondola sides. Sure, I'd have to use styrene, which I'm not really used to, but it can't be that different to wood, right? All I need is the right measurements and I can make anything. And my father has quite the collection, including some quirky ones. One of the funniest parts about building this roof is that we actually used HO sidewalk styrene for this. It's actually quite convenient as sidewalk styrene has squares etched into it, and squares form straight lines, which actually makes it easier to cut the sidewalk styrene. Now, yes, the sidewalk does look worse on one side. We are trying to get a flat roof texture, but we can just use the back side and have that facing up and the sidewalk facing down, right? So we wound up using a 0.04 thickness, 3/16 of an inch square sheet of styrene sidewalk. For each half of the roof, we cut about 5 squares by 23 squares. This means each half of the roof was about 15/16 of an inch by 4 inches and 5/16. For the sides and the internal supports, I cut into a 0.02 thickness sheet. Now, I didn't have any exact measurements for this, and I kind of just had to eyeball and hope I had things right. This was especially a problem because for the internal supports and the ends, I had to make sure that I got a slight angle. You know, roofs aren't flat. But I didn't have any measurements for that and kind of just had to hope I got it right. Fortunately, once I got the first internal support or end piece finished, I kind of just had a template for the others. Now, gluing everything together was a bit of a pain, and I definitely screwed it up a couple of times, but hey, at least this was tangible progress, right? To give the roof some texture other than boring and flat, my father suggested I cut some battens. I actually had to look up what those were. For this, though, we used 0.03 by 0.100 strips of styrene cut to 15/16 of an inch. In total, I cut 18 battens, 9 per side, and just spotted them by eye. For the roof walk, I initially used the original pieces from the set. However, I got to show my sister the work in progress, and she mentioned that it didn't exactly look the best with that bend in the middle of it. So I scrapped the original roof block and decided to cut my own out of the same styrene I used for the battens. It took me a bit to make the new roof block, but I think it turned out good. With the roof done, I regained enough confidence to keep moving forward with things I had been neglecting, like the end ladders. Now, the kit provided wire to bend into shape for each ladder rung, but it didn't seem to have anything to bend them into shape, which initially scared me. But with this newfound confidence, I just grabbed the plastic clamps I had been using and bent the wires around the handle of those to get them into shape. Once bent, I drilled holes for the wires to sit in using a 78 drill bit. It was the perfect size for a friction fit. At this point, most of the details that were left to add couldn't be added until the car was basically done, so we got to spray painting. First, we did a coat of primer on both the roof and the body before separating each for different colors. For the main body, I decided to go with Badger Model Flex Dark Tuscan Oxide Red. This is slightly different from the light Tuscan Oxide Red I used on the gondolas and flat car, but close enough that if anyone ever asks which cars I built most recently, I can just say, the red ones. As for the roof, I went with Badger Model Flex Grimy Black. Now, this is more of a gray than a black, if I'm being honest, but I actually like that about it. It makes the roof look more like steel, and this is a steel boxcar, right? With everything painted, I gave the roof a coat of black wash. The wash darkens the color without outright replacing it, which when used in smart places can both highlight texture and act as some basic weathering. I also added some spots on the car sides just to spice things up. Now, since this is a steel boxcar, a couple of spots of rust can help add some character and make it look a little more aged. I used a mixture of orange and brown pan pastels to get the rust colors. I mostly put them on the roof and a little bit on the sides of the car, but I didn't really aim for realistic places, I just kinda put them where they felt right. We're reaching the final stages of this car. Next came the trucks. Wait, did I forget to mention what kind of trucks I used on the gondolas? Oops. Well, for all of these cars, I just wound up using KDHO trucks. The store my father works at accidentally ordered a bunch of a type that people don't buy very often, and so they've kind of been selling them at a discount for a while now, so we picked up 4 sets for pretty cheap. I want to say like $6 a pair? Now, the boxcar kit did come with its own trucks and wheels, but the truck was a kit, and I don't really have the patience for that right now. However, I did try swapping the wheels on the Katy trucks with the bigger wheels from the kit. It made the couplers ride too high though, so I had to downgrade back to the Katy wheel sets. Speaking of couplers, I just used Katy number 5s. Unfortunately, I could not get them to screw in for the life of me, so I wound up having to glue them in place. If I ever need to replace the couplers, it is going to be a pain. But I guess that's the trade-off of impatience and trying to get this project done in the last minute. After that, I just added some steel weights to bring up the total weight of the car to around 3.5 ounces, superglued everything together, cleaned up whatever loose ends I needed to, including some touch-ups on the paint job. And that was that. It's Saturday as I finish editing this video. I have only 2 days until the vacation begins. These last few days have been a modeling nightmare, but my god, the joy I have from completing this project is off the charts. This entire set, as I had originally planned for and hoped for, is coming with us. It's quite the story, and I am sure I'll have my fair share of chances to tell it to family. But that's not to say the gondolas and flat car aren't worth mentioning either. All 3 of them built in a single night? That's gotta be worth something, right? And everything here is a perfect example of my skills as a modeler and how much they've really grown since I started On30 modeling just a year ago. But I think it's time we pump the brakes. Oh my god, did I forget to mention the brakes on the... Whatever, I need to remind myself not every detail needs explaining. But I think it's time for me to take a well-deserved rest. It's Saturday, I have one last stream before I hit the road, and that's it. It's a well-deserved rest too, as I've finally completed all of my videos for this month. One for every Monday, all with this higher quality editing style I've been trying to refine. Also, please keep commenting what you like and did. At this point in time, I was using VSDC as my video editing software. VSDC was nice and got the job done with flying colors, but man was it laggy at times. Those silly little pauses when I realized I goofed earlier in the video, yeah, whenever the export hit those moments, it slowed from 140 frames a second to just 4. And my computer is no slouch. It's a Ryzen 7 7700X and an RTX 4070. Despite that, I actually considered adding another one of these moments to the next video in the series. However, I had to edit that last video on that laptop that only had 4 GB of RAM. Yeah, I'm glad I chose not to. I guess this is a good reminder for me to get a beefier laptop because I'm planning on... Well, actually, I'll tell you after the next video is over. Home stretch. In more ways than one. For this series, these are the last steps I have to do. We are ready to roll once everything is packed, and we have a clear plan to pack everything here. As for myself, I'm already home by the time this goes live, unless you remember in seeing this a week early, in which case I'm preparing to go home. The vacation wasn't that long. Oh, also, I realized something after I uploaded the last video. I forgot to mention, I actually came up with a name I like for this project. The Little Loop Railroad. It's a cute title that I think fits the project well. We are mostly bringing this just as a loop of track for little trains to run around, right? It's just kind of funny that I forgot, especially since I put that in the name of the last video, and I didn't mention it anywhere in the video. Whatever, it's fine. For packing these trains, I actually took a page out of another YouTuber's book. I'm sure many of you know the name Dave, or at the very least, should recognize the name Thunder Mesa. I would say he's a prolific On30 modeler, and he has quite the following here on YouTube, and quite the talent. Now, the idea I'm going to be copying from him is one that he did about a year ago when finishing up the Gruesome Gulch Halloween layout. Dave's technique to pack his trains was to take boxes from locomotives or freight cars, fit the trains you need into those, and then cut the interior foam from the box into strips to protect the sides of your cars. It's a simple but clever technique that reuses materials that you should already have. And, well, I've got plenty of this stuff, so let's do this. In total, I packed 2 boxes of trains, and each had their own little quirks. For the bigger of the 2 boxes, I had to worry about the boxcar. The handbrake on the boxcar stuck up way past any other item on any of the cars that I was bringing, and, more importantly, stuck up way beyond the lid of the box. To fix this, I set the boxcar on its side and rearranged all the other cars to best fit the boxcar in that space. I think I did a fine job. For the other box, we actually used something other than the foam inserts that the boxes came with to protect the cars. I'm not exactly sure what this stuff is. My father just had it laying around and said it would be perfect, and, well, I don't disagree. This is a really nice, thin material that feels like it'll provide some ample protection. It wasn't quite enough to protect every part of the cars, though, so we did wind up cutting some extra foam bits for the couplers. The third and final box was the track box. Originally, I had planned to have every curved piece paired with another one of the same curvature, since this would make setting up the layout a lot easier, but we could not find a box long enough to fit the 19-inch curve pairings, so we had to separate those. Fortunately, an old standard Bachmann locomotive box was about the right length for every other piece of track, and with some careful stacking, it did the job perfectly. The box also happened to have enough space left over that we were able to add the NCE power cab, the panel that it plugs into, the power supply for said panel, and the cable for the power cab. We even had some space for some spare rail joiners and track power cords. Before we could put a lid on this, though, we had to make a track power cord that could connect to both the power cab and the unitrack. Now, we had one of these lying around, but we could not find it for the life of us, so in the end, my father and I just cut up one of the many spare unitrack to standard power pack wires that we had lying around. And that's it. I took both of the train boxes in my backpack, since I know I can't keep the trains themselves upright at all times with the way we're packing them, but I want to do it as much as I can for their safety, and it's easier to handle both boxes if they're in only one bag. The track, on the other hand, doesn't really matter as much, so I handed that off to my father since he offered to help me free up a little bit of space, and that's the easiest box to deal with of the three.
So, I just finished editing this intro to the video, and I wanted to drag your attention to the time, and more importantly, to the date. I need sleep, man.
Yo, fair warning, audio quality gets inconsistent past this point. And thus, our journey begins. The trip has been fun so far. My only regret is that I didn't bring ample tools to edit this video with. My computer isn't the best, and I don't have a proper microphone with me, so you're stuck with this slightly subpar quality for the rest of the video. Aside from that, it has been great. Riding the train to Chicago has given me some much needed relief, and I've snagged some good photos and videos of the journey. I think the funniest thing from our trip was when I tried to set up the little loop railroad in the lounge car of the train. Emphasis on try. The tables were about half a foot too thin to fit the loop, so we had to set up a very simple switching layout. But every time we weren't holding down a car by hand or by snickerdoodle, it would kind of just roll off on its own from the sway of the train. We did get some funny photos out of it, though, and an interesting idea. Someone on the train asked us if we had an even tinier train hidden in Snickerdoodle so that we could have a train, in a train, in a train. We'll come back to that idea in a minute or two. Now, a lot has happened on this trip. From live steam, to ice cream, to medical quarantine. But I'd like to save that for another time. Maybe as a blog post, maybe as a vlog in the future, but right now I kind of want to focus on the model trains, it's kind of why we're here, but also I really do not like editing on this computer. I would much rather be home before I start editing a long video to cover all of my vacation. I happened to get a couple of modelers' souvenirs on this trip. I got an HO hopper for a future channel project, some N-gauge unitrack for personal use, a tiny Thomas the Tank Engine to use at train shows to satisfy that train in a train in a train idea from earlier, a few On30 coaches to repaint and resell, and I think, most interestingly, a kit-boshed 4-door baggage car that I plan to use for my own main model railroad. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll snag something else before we hit the road. But, for now, the show begins. We had a pretty big family cookout on Saturday. Now, not all of my father's siblings could make it, sadly, but 3 of 4 did. And we got a gaggle of cousins to join in, too. In total, we probably had about 15 people make it out. Unfortunately, like on Amtrak, most of the tables were too thin to fit the whole loop. However, we did have this nice circular table that was about a meter wide. Now, there was no room to fit any extra spurs or switches, but there was just enough space to fit the oval. It was an excellent conversation starter. Model trains is a hobby that runs in our family, so a couple of other family members were able to understand some of the depth of this project pretty well. And even for those who didn't understand, they just liked seeing the train. I think the thing I brought up most was my struggles with the boxcar, which was honestly kind of therapeutic considering the nightmares from last week's video, but it also really impressed some people. However, Snickerdoodle was certainly the star of the show, with his short stature, detailed paint job, and, of course, cutesy name. Once everyone got around to dinner, the little loop made for a nice background piece. The dull chuffing of the engine never really overtook any conversations, but was a nice white noise throughout the evening. And that's it. 1 week of planning, 1 week of panic, 1 week of passage. The little loop has done its job. I guess all that's left to do is to figure out what's next, right? Well, it's the end of September. Well, those plans are a bit out of date by now. It was a Halloween project. But right now, I'm going to Colorado in 6 weeks. Why do you think I'm in the market for a beefier laptop? I want to edit on the go. I don't have the budget for it right now, but I hope to before we leave town. I'll have a more detailed video talking about this in the near future, especially because I think the original Little Loop's tight timeline kinda screwed it from the start. It was a successful project, but now that it's done, I have no plans to reuse it. The curves were too big for basically every table we encountered. The boxes that we packaged this in were so large that I hardly had any space in my luggage for anything else but clothes. And with another vacation coming up, isn't this a perfect excuse for a do-over? I have more time, more money, and more ideas to really make this work this time. Again, I'll talk about that in more detail later, but know that the new project is going to be in N-Gauge. Anyways, little side comment about this video. When going home, we sent some rolling stock in checked luggage. That was a mistake. Snickerdoodle got slightly damaged and is now missing a few notable details. The boxcar also lost a step or two. But hey, nobody seemed to notice, so it's fine, right? So there's a train show in January around here. I used to go as an exhibitor with my father, but I haven't gone in a few years. This is partially because of lockdowns, but also because my father keeps forgetting to sign up for the show now that it's started up again. In the past year, though, I've found a new joy in modeling. I've always thought it would be too hard for me, but I guess I never really gave it a real chance before. Every layout we've brought in the past has been entirely my father's work, and I'm sure we'll bring one of his setups again this year, but I want one of my own to bring. I want to show off what I've learned, I want to show off my talent, and you know the best way to do that? Finish up my 4x6 foot sectional layout. But if I'm being honest, that layout is annoying to move, and I'm feeling a little bit ambitious today. With the deadline being only around 2 months out, let's do something stupid and make my life way harder than it needs to be. This is the Little Loop Railroad. I'm sure many of you returning viewers remember it, but it's been a month and a half. Let's do a quick recap. The Little Loop was a small set of trains and tracks that I decided to take with me on vacation to show off my modeling passion to family. I only had 2 weeks to get the entire setup prepared. It was a nightmare, but a fun nightmare, and when we actually got out on the vacation, a great conversation starter at the big family cookout. But after only 3 episodes, the project just stopped. After the vacation, there wasn't anything left for me to do with it, and I started focusing on the Halloween project instead. In the middle of October, however, I decided it would be fun to run the Little Loop one last time on a live stream. And during that live stream, someone made the silly suggestion that I make the Little Loop a more permanent setup. A long story short, we didn't have enough leftover On30 track, and the only spare building kit I had was a tiny engine shed for Snickerdoodle. It was gonna cost us a good amount of money to get this project started, and I didn't really have it in the budget to build this layout. But soon after the stream ended, I realized something. My father, as an HO modeler, has an abundance of track that I could use. On30 trains run on HO gauge. Now, it wouldn't look as nice as true On30 track, but it would save us a lot on the cost for this layout. And scenery is pretty easy too. Once again, my father has an abundance of materials. He has a stockpile of grass, of trees, of dirt. Now, buildings are a little more trouble, but if I'm focusing on the Little Loop Railroad instead of the 4x6 plan, I can just use the buildings that I bought for the 4x6 plan, right? I've got a couple of kits floating around. This idea is a little bit crazy, but I like crazy, so let's do it. To start, I needed a track plan, and boy oh boy, I have those in spades. Now, I won't bore you with going over every track plan that I have, at least not today, but I did want to highlight a few that I made in this creative process of planning the layout. The first plan that I ever designed that was around the size of the Little Loop was this smaller variant of the main model railroad that I wound up making. Actually, this is the original plan that I wanted to make. However, my father heavily encouraged me to reconsider my track plan so that it would have 18-inch minimum radius instead of 15-inch. I think it was the right call. My father wound up buying me a Forney for Christmas, and Forneys do not like 15-inch radius curves. Plus, that switchback in the middle of the plan takes up a lot of room. There wouldn't have been much space for scenery. It took me quite some time before I designed another layout that was within this 3x4 foot scope, but eventually I designed this, the Heartless and Coin River Railroad. Now, I did design this with Halloween in mind, but that doesn't mean I can't rework it into something more appropriate for all times of the year. However, for the Little Loop, I've got that engine shed I want to use. This plan just doesn't have the scenic room for a shed. It would need a pretty serious rework. Fortunately, the Heartless and Coin River is actually a rework of a plan that had a shed. Unfortunately, that previous plan has one glaring flaw. It's designed as a Thunder Mesa lookalike. Now, don't get me wrong, I love the scenery of Thunder Mesa, but I want to try and create something of my own style rather than just copy another YouTuber, especially as I'm trying to find my own footing and break into the model railroading scene on YouTube. I'll probably do a Thunder Mesa lookalike some other time, but for now I decided to do this plan. It's a little weird, and a little ambitious, to split a railroad this small down the middle into 2 biomes. I want to do this because I got inspired by some real-world railroads. Those are the Cumbres and Toltec, and the Durango and Silverton. Both of these are tourist railroads in Colorado, built out of remnants of the Denver and Rio Grande Western. I really like this idea because the flat and open desert contrasts the tall and enclosed mountain forests, and if done right, this should help to make the world feel bigger than it actually is. Now, the track plan itself is a little bit cramped, but I think I can make it work. Just to check, I set up some foam boards with a total surface area of roughly 3x4 feet, and set up some building footprints and a basic train just to get a feel for how everything would fit together once actually built. Having a space to physically visualize your plan really helps, you know? For the base of the layout, my father and I went down to a local lumber store and bought a 2x4 sheet of plywood, which we paid a little extra to have it cut into 4 strips of 6-inch width each. We probably didn't need to do it this way, but it's what we wanted to try. At home, we set aside one of the 4 pieces because we didn't need it for this project, and for the other 3, we just cut them down to 3 feet long. Now, it wouldn't have cost us too much more to just get these cuts done at the lumber shop, but the foam boards that we were planning to use as the base of this layout were inconsistent in length by about 1/8 of an inch. So we had to cut each board slightly longer or shorter than 3 feet, and it was easier to measure and cut that while we were at home. With the wood cut, we glued the 2 pieces of foam together, and then glued the plywood strips to the foam. 2 pieces went on each end, and 1 piece covered the gap in the middle. For the glue, we used adhesive caulk. Now, this was a common material throughout this entire project, and we used a ton of it. I think we went through around 2 tubes worth of the stuff. We had to buy more on 2 separate occasions, I know that much. Now, I don't know if we needed to do this, but we decided to use some lath to frame the outside of the foam. We used these because they were cheap, thin wood strips that happened to all be about the length of the layout, around 4 feet, and the width was about the thickness of the layout, about 1.5 inches. The pieces we used were a little closer to 1 3/8 inches wide, but that seemed to work out okay. The main reason we used lath, however, was to keep the layout lightweight. This does need to be nice and portable for that show in January, after all. We gotta carry it up a flight of stairs. To keep the lath in place, we used some caulk on the foam, but for the wood we wound up using wood glue instead. This went along surprisingly fast as I focused on the caulking while my father focused on the wood glue. However, all of the lath was slightly warped along its length. To help combat this, we drilled some holes in the pieces of wood and hammered some nails into the lath to keep it straight at certain points. While the piece would still try to warp, the nails would somewhat prevent it from doing so. After using a rasp to flatten out any imperfections in the lath, we let everything dry overnight, adding some weight where we could to better hold the pieces together. By morning, everything was dried enough, and we had the perfect base to start our layout. I laid the track out as best as I could onto the layout, but not to attach it permanently. If you remember, on the track plan, there was a little river in the upper left-hand corner. I'm not building a train to Atlantis, I want that river below the tracks. The reason I'm laying the track now is so I can mark where it is, and then I can add some material along where the markings are to help raise the track. For this, we used Woodland Scenic's 2-inch foam track risers. Now, these risers could be easily bent into shape, but they would never hold that shape, they would always try to straighten out. However, we found that adhesive caulk would sort of freeze these pieces in place once they were bent, even before the caulk had dried. This was extremely convenient since I had already planned on using adhesive caulk for this. We were originally going to pin down the risers to help them hold their shape, but we wound up not needing to. Now, the hardest part of adding these foam risers was the switches. For the 2 that were by the station, also known as the ones closest to the camera's current position in the footage we're using right now, I didn't have to do anything special. I could just have the foam risers follow the trajectory of the sidings and then have them push up against each other where the switches needed to meet. The other switches were a little more trouble. For them, I wound up grabbing some old pieces of scrap insulation foam and cutting them roughly to the shape that would cover the big gaps between the risers. The foam wound up actually being taller than the risers, however, just by a little bit. So, once the adhesive caulk had dried, I wound up using the rasp once again to try and make it level with the rest of the risers. Before we could lay the track, we needed roadbed, and sure, we've raised the track, but that's risers, that's not roadbed, there's a difference. I just went with cork roadbed as it's kind of a family tradition at this rate. Being able to bend each half of the roadbed separately is nice. Once again, we used adhesive caulk for this, though while the risers held their shape with the caulk in place, the roadbed didn't, so we had to pull out a lot of push pins. The weirdest part about laying the roadbed is that I did not center the roadbed on the risers, very intentionally. I tried to make sure that the outer edge of the roadbed was always at least 2 inches from the edge of the layout. This led to some weird overhangs, and eventually it also led to some super sharp curves on the track. I think we got down to about 12-inch radius, but neither of those were much of an issue in the long run. After all, the overhangs weren't that large, and our locomotives and rolling stock can run on 9-inch radius, so 12-inch won't be that big a deal. The hard parts of laying cork roadbed came mostly at the switches, where we have to add enough material to support the diverging tracks. In some cases, this meant splitting the 2 pieces of roadbed to each diverging route and then filling in the middle, and in others, it meant cutting the roadbed for the curved leg of the switch at a weird angle. The engine shed was also a bit rough. I had to get a sheet of cork and cut it to the rough shape of the shed so that it would be approximately the same height as the track once we built the shed. The cork itself wasn't actually all that hard, but getting enough risers beneath the cork to hold it all up was a little bit weird. Fortunately, we had just enough leftover risers to complete the job. Last, but certainly not least, was the track. I've got a lot to say, but sadly very little footage of it. I guess I got tired near the end of the project as I usually do. I really gotta get better at that, man. The footage I do have is of us gluing down the track using some caulk, but not adhesive caulk like before. No. Clear sealant caulk. So different, I know. Now, sealant isn't quite as strong as adhesive, but the track isn't quite as structurally significant to the whole of the layout as the other joints that we've used caulk on have been. Plus, drying clear will make it easier to ballast the track in the future, since we don't have to worry about specks of white showing up between the rocks. And for the white tubes that you see in the footage here, those are just filled with water for weight. The track occasionally pushed itself up and off of the roadbed, so we just held it down with these weights while the caulk dried. Now, for the stuff I didn't record. As I mentioned before, we used HO Track to save on money. We wound up using Atlas Code 83 for switches and sidings, though we didn't finish the sidings by the time this was recorded. For the sharp curves on the main line, we wound up using some Microengineering Code 83. Microengineering's flex track is really good at holding a curve on its own, which wound up being super helpful for the sharp corners that we had on both ends of the layout. Once the curves were roughly in shape, we saw where the track would attach to the switches, then cut the curves to length, and it connected everything with rail joiners. After holding the track in place onto the roadbed with some pins, we got to caulking, which is what you see here. Cleaning up the caulk so it's not on the rails is very important, and something I actually failed. I remembered to get the caulk off the inside of the rail, but not the tops of the rail. We found this out the hard way when we were testing the track power initially. Fortunately, it was easy to just scrape off. I definitely wish I got more footage here. Hindsight is cruel! But with that, we let it settle overnight, and that was it. This isn't much right now, but it is a start. 1 work week of progress and we're already here. 2 months? That should pose no real challenge, honestly. Now, I don't know if we're going to be able to finish all the videos in time for the show. For instance, next week's video is going to be that community showcase thing. And there's at least 1 other special video I'd like to do between now and then. But that doesn't mean I'm not gonna try, and we're definitely getting this layout done on time. I am really happy with how this first step has turned out, and I'm super excited for what the future of this project holds. There's plenty of work to do, but that just means plenty of potential, right? Next time, which will be about At this point, the Little Loop Railroad is moving along nicely. At the time of writing this script, we're about 2.5 weeks into this project, and I honestly think we can finish most of this in another 2.5 weeks. Things move fast when your team comprises of an energetic YouTuber, whose job it is to do this, and a retired librarian who has the experience necessary, and the free time to guide the chaotic youngling. Today's goal is simple. Start the scenery. Not complete it, we aren't that fast, but I'd at least like to get some shape to the layout, you know? Before we can really get to the mountains and valleys, though, we need to know where most of the building foundations are going to be. After all, we want those areas to be especially flat. I've got 4 buildings I'd like to place in this layout. Of those 4, 2 of them are kind of already covered. The area around the station and the engine shed I already made flat while I was building up the base of the layout, so we really don't have to do any more work there. For the warehouse, we will have to add a little bit of groundwork, but it's pretty easy to do because the box that the warehouse comes in is about the same size as the building's footprint, so I can just trace around that. As for the mine building, well, it comprises of 2 separate segments, a tipple and a hoist house, and I want to place them perpendicular to each other. However, the measurements provided with the mine are designed for the mine being all one giant line. Since I can't just use the measurements for the whole setup's footprint, since I plan on modifying the setup, I had to open the kit to get the footprints of each building individually. With the building footprints outlined, I cut some foam risers. Now, by this point, we had actually run out of the 2-inch tall risers, so I had to grab some spare 1-inch risers and layer those one on top of another. To give some wiggle room in case the buildings weren't in the perfect position down the line, I added more risers than were necessary. To hold the risers down, we used our favorite adhesive, caulk. Like with the track before it, the caulk helped to hold the shape of the risers as everything dried, so I didn't have to add pins or anything to hold it in place. In fact, it was so effective that I just started on the next step immediately. Before we could make the ground, we had to shape the ground. I took some advertisements, junk mail, and old newspapers that my father was done with, and crumpled them into balls and wads of paper. I then used the balls to make a mock-up of the ground's shape. During this step, I realized that I wanted a couple of steeper cliffs next to the track, so I decided to cut back on the foam risers in a couple of places. Beyond this step, our method for making groundwork is extremely messy, so to protect the actual operational part of the layout, I covered the track with masking tape. That tape was very important, as our next step was paper mache, which involves a good amount of glue. My father and I ripped a bunch of brown paper bags into thin strips, dipping the strips entirely in a little bit of diluted glue, and then laid those strips out on top of the layout in a way where basically everything was covered. There's something interesting to note here. The glue we used was Elmer's, and I think our dilution was 1 part glue and 2 to 3 parts water. My father wants me to make a quick note here, though. If I wasn't on such a tight schedule trying to upload weekly YouTube videos, we would have used wallpaper paste for this step. Not that the Elmer's glue was bad by any means, it's just that the wallpaper paste would have removed the extra step to dilute the glue. So if you're trying to learn a thing or two through this series, or you're me in the future building another layout, use wallpaper paste instead. Another thing to note about the paper mache is the ground takes a much stronger form during this step. While the newspaper balls are much puffier and have better volume, valleys are quite hard to shape with them. However, the glue gives paper mache more weight, making it easier to hold down the puffiness on dips and valleys. The balls are good for volume, maybe to a point of fault in some cases, but the paper mache helps to flatten out any imperfections in the original shape. Next, we added a layer of plaster gauze. My father got some expired surplus from a hospital or a hospital surplus store or something. I'm not fully sure, we've had it sitting around for a couple of years. The gauze works in a similar way to a Woodland Scenics shaper sheet, though it already contains plaster and you have to get the material wet to shape it in the first place. You also might have to get it a bit wetter than a shaper sheet. Personally, we cut the gauze into thin strips, which we then dunked in soapy water and laid it out on the layout in the same way we did the paper mache. The layout was looking pretty nice at this stage, but I was kind of annoyed, actually. I wanted the fascia in place before we did this step, so that we could work all the way to the edge of the layout in one go. My father said it would be better if we waited, which meant at this point in time, we could only work on the interior of the layout. I'll get back to this point in a minute. First, ground goop. The plaster gauze has too many holes in it to just paint it over and call it good. To fix this, we make a custom ground goop using 1 cup of Sculptamold and 1 cup of Celluclay. Once the two have been mixed together so it's mostly just a gray blob, add 1 cup of the color of paint that you want and 3/4 of a cup of Elmer's glue. Mix it all together and add water as necessary to make the goop easier to spread, but not so easy that it feels like just a thick paint. You don't want it too hard to move, but there still needs to be a decent amount of goop in there. This is a very messy step. You have to use your hands to mush the ground goop onto the plaster effectively. Now, I should have said this earlier, but if you're somebody who doesn't like the feeling of certain physical sensations, get disposable surgical gloves. Personally, I didn't need them for most of this project, but I did need them for this step, and I was very thankful my father had a stockpile. Before we could go any further, I insisted we work on the fascia. For this, we actually reused some materials from another project. For the very first model railroad plan I wanted to do here on YouTube, we got some 2x4 sheets of 1/8 inch thick plywood for the fascia. Well, that plan is as close to cancelled as any project stuck in planner's purgatory can be, so we just borrowed one of those sheets. I didn't record this part, I probably should have, but to get the fascia to follow the shape of the ground on the layout, I took some long pieces of cardboard and traced the shape of the ground at the edge of the layout as best I could. I then did my best to cut along that line and used the piece as a tracing tool on the 2x4 sheet of plywood to determine where I would need to cut. Whenever a line happened to be perfectly straight, my father cut it with a circular saw, and when it curved a lot to match the ground, I cut it with a jigsaw. The hardest part of this step was trying to keep everything stable. The small thickness of the plywood, mixed with the motion and the weight of the saws, caused it to vibrate a lot. This only got worse the farther into each cut we got. Even though it did feel like riding a horse on caffeine, we were able to complete this step without issue. Since the plywood was 2x4 feet, we were able to cut each piece of fascia for the 3-foot sides of the layout to the correct length. However, the 4-foot layout sides were actually a few inches longer than 4 feet, so we had to splice 2 cuts together to make it work. For this, we just glued a small piece of wood on the backside of the 2 pieces, bridging the joint. Once that had dried, I sanded down any parts with little flakes of wood sticking out, and then got around to painting. The color we used is a custom green that my father loves using for fascia. While we watch the paint dry, and maybe a little bit of the next step too, this is as good a time as any to explain why I was annoyed with how we handled the fascia. Basically, I wanted to make the fascia in the shape of the ground, and then build the ground to meet the fascia. My father, on the other hand, wanted it the other way around. He wanted us to build the ground first so we knew where to cut the fascia so it would appropriately meet the ground. Funnily enough, I think our differing approaches came from the same core point. It's easier to fix a mistake using ground goop or the plaster gauze than it is to fix a mistake on the fascia. From this perspective, my father wanted to get the shape of the ground perfect using the plaster gauze and the ground goop first, since that way it would be easier to hammer out any mistakes in the ground's general shape before we started cutting the fascia to match it. However, using this same viewpoint, I wanted the fascia first because if we did make a mistake in the fascia, it would be much easier to integrate that mistake using the ground goop. Plus, it would be easier to contain the ground goop on the layout itself. In the end, everything worked out fine with my dad's plan. It wasn't an unreasonable idea. What really annoys me, though, is that he agreed we should have gone with my plan after we had already finished his. And really, who's surprised? Hindsight and irony go hand in hand. Anyways, to get the fascia attached, we used the same trick we did with the layout frame. Wood glue on both sides of the joint, then hammering in nails throughout the piece to keep it straight and to keep it from sliding out of alignment. This was especially important because the layout was still upright when we put the fascia on. At this point, we mixed up another batch of ground goop, this time for the mountain side of the layout. We gave it a more golden color, which fit well with the tan of the desert, but had a much richer tone to better fit the larger amount of vegetation that would be on the mountain. This batch was just enough to cover the main part of the mountain, which is good because we still hadn't got enough material for the edges of the layout. For some parts, we once again used plaster gauze, this time skipping the paper mache step, but for the flatter areas, we used the same kind of expanding foam that people use to fill cracks in their walls. Honestly, this foam sucked. Not because it was bad at its job, it was too good at its job. It was hard to clean up, extremely sticky, and man, did it expand. Fortunately though, once it had dried, it was very easy to cut through with a knife. With the edges ready to go and the fascia in place, we mixed up one last batch of ground goop for the edge and corners of the layout, and we reused a couple of leftovers we had saved to touch things up and finish up the base of the layout. Now, I originally planned to show the entire process of building all the scenery in one video, but I'm starting to realize that's a little bit ambitious. I like to pace things out so that about 1 week's worth of work makes its way into one video, and we're starting to reach that point. While this would be a great stopping place for the video, it's not where I ended the week. And I don't want to end things off on just the shape of the layout. So, let's start the desert. We started with a layer of glue and Woodland Scenic's yellow grass fine turf, with a little inconsistency in the grass letting the dry tan of the base seep through. This really sold the basic desert appearance that I'm aiming for. But deserts aren't just wastelands. Contrary to what we might think of them, there's a surprising amount of color and texture. So I added some greener and browner turfs from my father's collection to help diversify the area. My first take on doing this was to cup my hand, shake a little bit of turf into my hand, and then shake that turf onto the layout. This often didn't work the way I wanted it to, so I would gently blow on the grass to blow just a little bit away. If that didn't work, I sprinkled on some yellow grass over the top to try and dampen the color. To glue these in place, I used an eyedropper to disperse some matte medium. If I was faster, I could have added the grass while the original glue was still drying, but I wanted to let the glue dry so I could see how the desert looked before I started adding in the patches of green. I continued adding patches for a while, and even added some small bits of talus rocks to the area. My father had a tip for this: add rocks to the bottom of hills and cliffs. They're more likely to cluster there after rolling down the slope. I did follow his advice, but I had already glued down some talus by the time he gave it to me, so some spots might look a little weird. He also advised that instead of using my hand for spreading grass, I use one of these things. I'm not exactly sure what this is called, but it's just a piece of stiff paper bent into a small slide for the turf, which you can then gently tap to release smaller bits of turf into a more specific area. This was less messy and more consistent than using my hand. At this point, I wanted to test the layout, but as we started removing the tape from the track, my father noticed we missed some spots with the ground goop thanks to the tape blocking our view. So he mixed up something similar to the ground goop. Honestly, I forgot exactly how he made it, but it was much quicker to make, and patched up the holes. Sadly, this did wind up covering some of the grass, but that's easy enough to replace down the line, and we don't want to deal with those holes while we're adding ballast to the track. But with that, the week came to a close. Man, a little groundwork goes a long way. I'm really loving how the layout is turning out, even if there is definitely a lot more work to do. It is kind of funny seeing how similar the desert looks to the ground goop of the mountain, but I'm sure as we add grass and trees, the two areas will start to separate themselves visually. Though it is nice to have some similarity between the two in order to keep a level of continuity. As you might have noticed, I've actually started... At this point, I stopped using VSDC and started using DaVinci Resolve as my video editing software. Around Halloween, I was invited to a call with another content creator who wanted to hear my thoughts on a video of theirs before it went live, and they showed it off in the editor. Seeing how buttery smooth DaVinci ran for them got me intrigued. It took me a bit before I got tired of using VSDC to a point where I actively wanted to try DaVinci on a main video, but eventually the time came. And boy, let me tell you, for being a free editing software, DaVinci is divine. Absolutely worth the sign up. All this adds a little bit of interesting depth to this series. You can see clear progress as I improve as a content creator. Maybe I'm just being nostalgic, but I find it kind of fun. You know, there are two downsides to how fast we're building this layout. First of all, since we now have a layout that's actually partially decorated, I kinda just wanna watch trains run through the pretty landscape. I'm proud of how this project is going so far, and it's nice to relax and just take in what we've done. Secondly, my father, seeing the progress that we've made on the Little Loop Railroad, has been inspired to continue work on his own layout. At face value, there's actually nothing bad about these circumstances. It's important to take breaks. It's good to relax. My father can vouch for that because he hasn't worked on his own layout in about a year. There's definitely some good we've gotten out of these distractions, but they are distractions. There's only a month left until the train show that I want to display this layout at. Slacking off is more dangerous than I would like it to be, and right now I'm actually a bit behind on my planning. The work featured in today's video was supposed to take only 1 week to make, but it took us 2. Now, is this the end of the world? Nah, not really. We've got some great progress to show you today. First things first, we need more grass. The desert is looking nice, but the mountain is looking a bit barren. Some of this grass worked the same way as it did in the desert. We would paint on a layer of glue, then sprinkle on a layer of foam. But for the more visible grass, usually nearest to the tracks or the edge of the layout, we did something a little bit different. Static grass. If you've never heard of it, static grass is quite interesting. It starts similarly to foam turf. You lay down some glue, then just sprinkle on small fibers to represent the grass. What makes static grass special, however, is that it uses static electricity to get the grass to stand upright as the glue is drying. You see this pin stuck into the layout? That's the ground wire. The little black tube we're shaking over the grass is the applicator. On the bottom of the applicator is an electrified metal mesh. This, plus the grounded wire, creates the static electricity that makes the fibers stand upright. It can be hard to get a good applicator for static grass, but fortunately my father had one laying around. And boy, oh boy, the results speak for themselves. In some spots, I thought the grass looked a little bit too green, so I added some patches of regular brown turf and glued it in place using diluted matte medium. This helped to add some variety and texture, though I'm not sure how easy it'll be to actually notice in the final product. Then again, it's probably better to have texture that blends in than no texture that sticks out like a sore thumb. With the grass done, I moved on to probably the most impactful step of this video, adding trees. Ironically, it was probably the easiest step, too. For any given tree, all I had to do was figure out where I wanted it to go, jab a hole in the ground, add some superglue, and stick the trunk in place. Even with 63 trees to plant, this step was pretty fast and pretty easy. But there was one problem. I ran out of trees. We need to buy more. So the top of the mountain is a little bit barren until we can fix that problem. Next came the track and the ballast, which honestly we should have done before adding the trees, since the trees just made it harder to access the track. Ah well, hindsight for the next project, right? First, we cleaned up the track by vacuuming up any grass that was still on the ties. Honestly, this wasn't as effective as we had hoped it would be, and some of the ties remained pretty grassy. When we finally got around to adding the ballast though, all the grass that was still around kinda just got covered up anyways, so it turned out okay. After vacuuming the track, we added some spare ties to the openings underneath the rails. These openings were most common where the flex track joined another piece of track, as we had to cut away ties in the flex track to make the rail joiners fit. We probably should have secured these ties somehow, as the next step was to flip the layout on its side to spray paint the ties. Fortunately, all of the new ties stayed in place just fine. The reason for spray painting the track though, at least from what I can understand, is that we kinda just used whatever track my father had available, so some of the ties were different colors from one another. Most of them were brown, but some of them were black, and the browns were kind of inconsistent, so we just spray painted them all. While we were vacuuming the tracks just a minute ago, you might have noticed the tape on the switches. My father covered the most vital parts of each switch to make sure that he wouldn't damage them while spray painting. This included the tip of the points and the joint where the points turn away from the rest of the rail. Those are the most sensitive parts of any piece of track, so we wanted to try and protect them a little bit. With that said, we didn't really want the paint to stick anywhere on the top of the rails, as the rails are supposed to conduct electricity to get the trains to run. So, as my father spray painted, occasionally we would take small breaks, and I would come with a paper towel and wipe down the rails. With the track all painted and pretty, we could finally add some ballast. On the outside of the ties, we had painted on some Elmer's glue before sprinkling on a layer of Woodland Scenic's coarse cinders ballast. For the inside of the tracks, we instead laid the ballast first, sprayed it with some water mixed half and half with 70% alcohol, and then added diluted matte medium at a 1:6 ratio. The water and alcohol mix helped the matte medium penetrate in between the ties and ballast better, making it easier for the glue to settle in the spaces that it needed to. As the matte medium dried, I used a single passenger truck to test flange clearance. This was a good start, but in many cases it just wasn't enough to actually clear the space for the trains. When I first tested Snickerdoodle on the newly ballasted tracks, she kept derailing. What I figured out was two things. One, the flanges on the passenger truck were not enough force to remove any problematic ballast, so the truck just glided around the problem spots instead of knocking them out of place. Two, the bottom clearance on a locomotive is slightly lower than that of a freight car on average, since the locomotive needs a gear to turn the driving wheels. Said gear has to hang down a little lower than normal, and thus the clearance on a locomotive is usually the top of the rail. It's a little less forgiving than a freight car or a passenger car. To fix these mistakes, I used a putty knife and cut away at the problematic ballast to clear it. For the lower locomotive clearance, I ran the knife along the top of the rail to clear anything that went above it. For the flanges, I scraped along the insides of the rail to clear out the space. That wasn't really the hardest part of ballasting, though. The hardest was doing the points of the switches. They still need to move, which means you can't get ballast in between the rails or the switch will jam. You also have to be cautious of the actual mechanism to throw the switch, since it needs a little bit of room on the outside of the track so that it can move freely. On top of that, you don't want to accidentally glue the points in place. That would be a big mistake. Once the ballast had had some time to dry, we went over the layout with our shop vac to clean up any excess that had been scattered away from the tracks. Now, you would think the force of the vacuum would suck off more than just the loose ballast, but by this point so much of the layout had been glued in place that it really wasn't an issue. Also, we used a very long extension for the vacuum to lessen its sucking power. After that was cleaned up, we decorated any spots near the ballast that we hadn't grassed up yet. If you watched the last episode, you might remember that there were some holes in the groundwork we had to patch up near the end of the episode. These were hidden from us thanks to tape protecting the track and overlapping on the groundwork a little bit, and for some reason they were most common in the desert side of the layout. Whatever the case though, if there wasn't enough grass, we touched up the area. The last thing to mention for today was cleaning up the fascia. When we flipped the layout on its side, my father went ahead and sawed away a couple of parts of the fascia that was overhanging. This, of course, damaged the fascia a bit, but the fascia had already been cosmetically damaged from grass, paint, and ground goop spilling over the edge. So I just sanded down any parts that stuck out a little too far, then repainted the whole fascia to make it one nice, consistent color. And with that, today's episode comes to a close. It's a little shorter than usual, but we still got a lot of work done. The layout is really starting to take shape, but I actually think I'm gonna pump the brakes on the natural scenery for a little bit. Not on the project, of course, there's still more to do, but I have to wait for some parts to come in. And we have a lot of building kits that I could focus on. Nonetheless, I'm really proud. Today, we're going to be building some Geared Steam Shop's On30 3D printed 16-foot ore cars. I grabbed a pair of these because I thought they looked cute, and I figured they would fit in nicely with the little loop railroad. I also got them because they were on sale. Normally these cars are $26 for a pair, plus shipping, which I don't think is a bad price, but currently they're only $20 a pair for a Christmas sale. I got my pair for $15. There was a flash sale a couple of weeks ago. First thing we'll do is sand down the tops of the cars. They're 3D printed after all, and the print lines are pretty obvious here. We can get away with print lines showing in some locations, but this is one of the most prominent parts of the car. You really don't want it here. So we'll use some 200 grit sandpaper to smooth it out. After sanding, we'll cut away some flash material near the ends of the car. If you don't know what flash is, it's basically just waste material that you don't care about. It was kind of hard to cut away the flash, since it was deep into a hard-to-see part of the car, but because it was hard to see, I didn't really have to worry much if I missed any. With the cars cleaned up, I got my father to spray paint everything in Badger Model Flex Weathered Black. I know that gray isn't the most exciting color for ore cars, but I wanted to make them stand out from the rest of the fleet. And ironically, in a fleet as colorful as the one I'm running, having cars with no color to them makes them stand out a little more. We also took some time to spray paint the trucks in the same color. Well, the components for the trucks at least. They come unassembled. It didn't take long for the paint to dry, but because we taped down the truck components to a sheet of cardboard, we always had one side of those pieces that wasn't painted. So I hand-painted them. This was easier than I expected it to be. Usually plastic or resin is harder to paint, but whatever material was used in these cars was surprisingly easy to paint. I did make a mistake here, though. I only painted the insides of the truck sides, but not the tops of the main brace. I assumed that it wouldn't be easily visible, but it turns out I was wrong. So if you ever get these yourself, make sure to paint the whole truck rather than just parts of it. Next came truck assembly. This was pretty simple as the trucks kinda just snapped together, so with a little super glue they were done in a heartbeat. Just make sure you orient the pieces correctly. The long edge for the side pieces should be facing up, and the side of the brace with the little donut shape sticking out of it should also be facing up. The wheel sets are pretty easy to pop right in place after the glue has dried. You can use any HO 33-inch wheels, but I went with Intermountain. It's what the seller suggests, and it's what my father had laying around that I was able to steal. The couplers and trucks were pretty easy to fit on. There were already holes prepared for screws, but they weren't quite large enough for the screws I wanted to use. So I drilled them out using a number 50 drill bit, and then screwed in the trucks and couplers with 256 screws. I think they were 3/16 of an inch long, I'm not entirely sure. For the couplers, I used KD 148s. I did run into an issue here. For the coupler box, the notch that it was meant to fit into was too small. I think this was a printing issue, I'm not entirely sure, but I made sure to contact the creator just so they knew it was happening. Fortunately, this didn't stop the couplers from working, they coupled up to other cars just fine, but the alignment issues did cause the coupler hoses to hang down low enough that they got caught on the ties, ballast, and rails on the layout. To fix this, I had to bend the coupler hoses into shape. In the end, it really wasn't that hard to fix. Next came weathering. The current paint job is missing some details, so I got some black wash and slathered the inside and the top of the car with it to add some coal stains. I also added some streaks running down the sides of the cars. For the trucks, I added some brown pan pastels to represent dirt stains from prolonged running. On one of the two cars, I added dirt stains to the lower parts of the car sides, but I actually didn't like that and wound up skipping it on the other car. For the finishing touch, I added some handbrakes painted in red, or I would have if we had handbrakes. I need to order some more spares, we'll have to do this step later. And with that, our little project comes to a close. I like these cars. In fact, I like them so much, I'm ordering 2 more pairs to round out the fleet. They're the perfect size for the Little Loop Railroad, especially because of some clearance issues at the mine. You see, we can fit 3 18-footers in the mine spur, but a train running past on the main line gets a little bit close to hitting them. Not quite, but it's uncomfortable. With the 16-footers, we use less of the spur, giving us more room for clearance. So not only are these cars cute, not only do they fit in with the current fleet, but they also actually solve a small problem with the layout. I've already ordered 4 more of them because I like these. They'll make for a great fleet for the show in January. For now, that's all I have for you today. So, really interesting development on this video. I thought these cars were an original design by the guy selling them. They're not. At least, not from what I can tell. See, these cars seem to be HON30 Rock Car by Chris33333. You can find them on Thingiverse. They're not ON30 cars, they're HON30. I found out because some folks in our community have 3D printers, found these cars on their own, and scaled them up and printed them in ON30. Now, I have no personal issues with people selling 3D prints. I don't have a printer. I probably should at this point, but I don't. Offering 3D prints like these, fully printed, is an excellent way to make the hobby more accessible to more people. And the files are Creative Commons Share-alike version 4. There's no problems with selling them. However, there is no attribution in the eBay listing. That's no good. It also confused me. I was asking the guy about the coupler issues because I thought he designed this and could fix them. but now that I know it's a rescaled HO130 design, it makes sense that the coupler boxes wouldn't quite fit on the upscale. Also, something I've learned from running these cars at the train show for prolonged periods of time, these cars would have run better on 36-inch wheel sets rather than 33-inch ones. If you do buy or make these, keep that in mind. I like to challenge myself on holidays. It's easy to make any train that fits the theme of a holiday, but it's hard to make one which, outside of its holiday context, still feels classy and respectable. At least, it's hard for corporations. I think I did a good job for Halloween. I'd like to try my hand at this again today, with a small Christmas locomotive. Community member Radio helped to order a Bachmann On30 World War I trench locomotive for this project. For those of you new to the channel, the engine in this shot, Snickerdoodle, started as one. Obviously, I'm not repainting her today. She's the first engine I ever finished. That would be heresy. Instead, we'll be repainting this little green critter. Now, the green trench engine is a little bit of a weird choice. There are 3 gray variants and all of them are cheaper. Why didn't I go for one of them? Well, green fits Christmas a little better than gray in my opinion, and I wanted part of the engine to be green anyways, so having the engine already green saved me a little bit of work. I also planned on selling this engine once it was done, and so having the number 1 on the locomotive was a good selling point. Now, I didn't sell this engine, but I do think this was a good choice to leave the opportunity available. Regardless of my intentions, we've got ourselves a fun challenge here. Make a festive train that looks good outside of the Christmas season. And I've got a plan. I want to do a fairly detailed paint job for this engine. The easiest way to do that is to separate the parts so that you can paint them individually. That way, one color won't overpaint onto another part. Since most of this paint job I want to do is on the shell of the locomotive, let's remove it from the mechanism. There are 2 screws holding in the water tank, 2 holding in the cab, and hidden under the rear truck of the locomotive is a 5th and final screw holding the whole assembly down. But we're not quite done with separating parts. There are some smaller details, such as the water caps and boiler mounts, that can be removed from the main shell by pushing on them from the inside. Most of these parts popped off with just a little bit of pressure. Emphasis on most. One of the boiler mounts actually broke, and one of them came close enough to breaking that I gave up in fear that it would. Since I couldn't remove the entirety of those parts, I grabbed some masking tape and masked them off. All the parts that I wound up masking off included the builder's plates, the 2 broken boiler mounts, the whistle and pop valves, some small faucets on the back of the tank, and the sides of the cab. I also took a second to cover both sides of the window pane. I had to do this because I couldn't fully remove the windows thanks to the whistle cord running through the plastic for the windows. This took a little bit of work since the windows were kind of locked in place by the firebox details, but I was able to lift the cab off of the firebox just enough to move the windows and tape them. With everything important covered, the shell was ready for the paint booth. All this masking tape was supposed to protect the parts that were sensitive so that we could just spray paint the locomotive all in primer. With my father's help, we did that easily, and he also sprayed on a coat of Badger Model Flex Weathered Black, though only on some parts as I wanted to hand paint others. Once the spray painting was done, I removed the masking tape from the engine. I needed to get under the masking tape to hand paint a couple of parts, and it's a lot easier to control exactly where the paint goes when you're doing it by hand. In hindsight though, I definitely should have left the tape on the cab sides alone. I overpainted there a time or two and had to clean it up. While removing the tape, that one boiler mount I was afraid would break, yeah, it broke. The tape was a little too strong. Oops. The spray paint didn't hit every spot it was supposed to. Again, this is partially because of the masking tape on the smaller details we wanted to protect, covering more than just the small details, but we also didn't notice we missed a couple of spots. With the light we had while spray painting, the gray paint looked identical to the gray primer. All I needed to do was touch things up by hand, so I did. I made sure, however, to leave the whistle, pop valves, and remaining boiler mounts untouched as best I could. Once the boiler had been touched up, I moved on to a new color, Badger Model Flex Dark Tuscan Oxide Red. It's an all-time favorite color of mine, as it differs greatly from the grays and blacks you usually see on steam locomotives, but it's not such a bright color that it's overwhelming, and that feels perfect for our Christmas challenge. I used this red on the roof of the cab and the sides and fronts of the water tanks. While painting the tanks, I had to be careful to leave the builder's plates unpainted. This took some patience, but it's a really nice detail to keep intact. Definitely worth the extra time it took. After everything had a little bit of a chance to dry, I started focusing on the details. I popped back in the water caps and boiler mounts. For the two boiler mounts that snapped in half, the one farther back was no real issue since there was a peg to help align the piece on the half that had popped off, but on the one near the front there was no peg, so we needed a little bit of super glue to stick it back on. Continuing with the festive appearance, I added the sort of silver tinsel color to the window shades using Rail Center Ammo Aluminum. This color was a lot harder to work with than what I'm used to since the paint was extremely runny, so the results weren't all that great at first. But after a few coats of paint, I was able to get everything looking nice. I also used aluminum on the handrails and footsteps near the front of the water tanks just to make them stand out a little more, and swapped over to the engine mechanism for a bit to paint some silver trim on the pistons and the smoke box door. Between adding coats of silver paint, I tried to fit in some other small projects on the side, like the bell. These trench engines didn't have bells when they were first built in real life, but some got bells on other railroads after the war, and I think it's fun to try and fit one in where I can. From an older project, I had a spare Cumberland Shops 3D printed bell floating around, so I slathered it in a coat of Citadel Color Balor Brown. Since the bell had a small peg on its bottom, I first tried drilling a hole for the bell to slot into. That took a lot of work though, so I eventually gave up, cut off the peg, and just superglued the bell in place. At this point, the engine was pretty close to done. Just a couple of spots on the paint job needed some touching up. I thought the boiler needed a little bit more texture. The gray was too flat of a color. So I painted all the pipes in a generic black color. This was a good start, but not quite enough. So I grabbed some Vallejo dark gray wash and dirtied up the boiler and the tops of the water tanks. At first, the effect looked a little too dark, but as the wash dried, it turned out pretty good. The random spots of grime really helped make this engine pop. Next came reassembly. Thanks to a paint spill and a little bit of panic from both myself and my father, I accidentally lost some screws. Note to self, don't leave screws out in the open. Put them in a special container so they're easier to track. Despite losing around 2 screws, though, we still had enough to securely reattach the trucks and the shell of the locomotive. The last thing to do was give this engine a name. I don't know why, but I just love giving my locomotives nicknames. It adds a certain level of charm. For some reason, though, I don't like showing this process on camera. Why? Good question. Maybe suspense? Maybe because it's really annoying and it takes like an hour to get right? Maybe because I'm lazy? Who knows? Whatever the case, I'd like to introduce you all to the newest member of our fleet. Peppermint. While I do wish her number was closer to Snickerdoodle's 5001, I'm glad I didn't wind up selling this newcomer. Peppermint's paint job is quite unique, even with my own obsession with dark Tuscan Oxide Red. Even with that uniqueness, I think I achieved what I came here to do. Despite the strong use of red, green, and silver, the duller tones on most of the engine makes it feel more coherent. The only parts that really pop out are the silver highlights and the gold appliances. For how colorful Peppermint is, somehow the paint job isn't overly flashy. And when paired with Snickerdoodle, these two engines really do feel like perfect sisters for one another. Welcome to the fleet, Peppermint. You're right at home. A little engine on the Little Loop Railroad. Colorful, but not garish. Just what I like to see. You know, now is as good a time as any to bring up Snickerdoodle. She's the first engine I ever completed. While I did paint her back when I wasn't ready to put in my best efforts for video editing, I did give her a pretty respectable video for the time. In fact, it's so good, let's just show it here, eh? All I need to do is add a little bit of music. We hit 5,000 subscribers. Yeah, sure, they've been spread out over a fairly long time, and not everyone watches me anymore, but hey, it's a nice milestone after 7 years of being on the platform. I figured I would celebrate by doing something special and a bit outside my comfort zone, but still within my current theme and goals for the channel. So I picked up a small but fancy model train. You might have seen me testing it around a week ago. It's Bachmann's On30 World War I trench locomotive. But I didn't just buy it to have a fancy locomotive I could run on the upcoming Model Railroad series I'm working on. I bought it because I wanted a challenge. The locomotive's cab looked more European than American. Not that the European appearance was inherently bad, it's just that I'm personally trying to model the classic American railroading vibe, and even though in the real world the leftover trench locomotives were sometimes sold to American railroads, I still wanted something that was more of a caricature. So, let's do just that. Let's revamp this locomotive and really make it pop. To start, I bought a Bantam Model Works T2147 full bunker cab conversion kit. This laser-cut wood kit has everything you need to replace the trench locomotive's cab, except for glues and paints. And, well, mine was missing some wires to make grab irons for the doors, but I sent the owner a message and he shipped out some replacement parts. They haven't arrived as of this video's release, but we had some wire laying around that I eventually wound up using. I didn't record that part, unfortunately, and I added them pretty late into this project, so the grab irons kinda just magically appear near the end of this video. The instructions for assembling this kit, though, were really well made. While not every action had an image to visualize it, every step had at least a photo of the end result for that step, making it easy to double check you were reading the text correctly. I started by painting the outside frame. I wanted a cinnamon orange color for reasons that will become apparent by the end of this video. All we had, however, was Americana Cadmium Orange, which was a bit too bright for my liking. But I also did have up my sleeve a little bit of creativity to help me. By using around 2 to 3 parts of cadmium orange and 1 part ceramic coat territorial beige, I was able to mix the colors together to get a color that I liked. I then slathered the cab frame with this cinnamony orange. For the roof and all associated pieces, I painted them Craft Smart Black. However, I realized soon after painting everything black that it might look better painted with the orange blend instead. So I repainted a couple of pieces before gluing them onto the sides of the car. However, I did leave the roof black. As the paints were drying, I started work on assembling the cab. I didn't bother painting the main walls as I already liked their color and they had some great contrast with the cinnamon frame I just painted. I used a light amount of wood glue, scraping away any excess glue that bled over onto the outside of the cab, and adding in some extra glue to the interior to have some better support for it. It was nice and easy to figure out which side went where, as the floor and walls had notches that only really fit on one part of another piece.
everything fit together very cleanly. Once the walls were all in place, I started gluing the frames onto them. Things very quickly took shape, and soon enough we had a respectable cab built up. The roof was quite tricky, as we had to find some rubber bands and strap them around the roof to bend it into shape. However, the main problem for us was a general lack of rubber bands, as I struggled to find even 2 to wrap around the outside of this thing. And halfway through the roof gluing on, one of them just snapped, and I had to re-glue the entire roof because it didn't bend into shape correctly. Fortunately, we did find some more rubber bands to complete the job, and it wasn't too hard to bend it back into shape. For the windows, you were supposed to rip off an adhesive backing on the window frame and then attach it to its respective window piece using the backing, but I misread the instructions and didn't realize that while putting the windows together. That's a shame, since while the canopy glue I did use dried up clear, they made a slight mess on every window I put them on, and since I needed to attach the window to the rest of the car, this meant I had to put the canopy glue on both sides of the window, making even more of a mess. I don't think it's terrible, the results were okay, but I now know what to do if I ever go for a second run at a Bantam Model Works conversion kit, which, well, I probably will do in the future. It was a very fun little build with a satisfying result. I will say this, if you're going to build this cab yourself, put the windows in place before you add the roof. It was very hectic trying to fit the windows in through the hole in the floor. It did work out in the end, but this would have been so much easier had I thought this out more before I put the roof on. With the cab painted and assembled, well, mostly assembled, we were missing the frame for one of the doors, so I had held off putting either door in place. We now had to make sure it fit on the locomotive, and, well, there was a cab already there getting in our way. It was fairly easy to remove, as only 2 screws held the cab in place, but when I took it off, I broke off 2 details that were connected to the boiler. It's unfortunate, but at least since I broke off the whistle in this process, I can repaint the rest of the boiler without worrying about ruining the whistle on accident. I can leave that in its golden paint color. Speaking of repainting the boiler, this was a good time to remove it, too, so that we could spray paint it with reckless abandon while not painting over the wheels or the headlight or stuff like that, you know, the mechanics of the engine. The boiler was held in place by just 3 screws. 1 beneath the trailing truck, and 1 underneath each water tank, partially blocked by the drive rods. With the boiler gone, it was time to test fit the cab. First, however, I noticed the old grab irons that were attached to the old bunker were going to get in the way, so I cut them off, filing down the joints to make them reasonably smooth. The grab irons weren't the only thing getting in our way, though. The original bunker and its lantern took a bit of work to sneak around. No, I couldn't figure out how to remove them for the life of me. They seemed to just be permanently attached. So, we had to pull the cab down at a slight angle at first to fit around the lantern. Once we had cleared the lantern and had the ability to straighten out the cab, the cylinder cock controls and the reverser got in the way on the inside of the cab, preventing the floor from descending. While it was possible to sneak around both of those 2 pieces with a little bit of fiddling, I accidentally broke the cylinder cock at some point, but that didn't bother me since you can't see very well in the cab anyways. And presto, the cab fits nice and snug. But it won't look very good without the boiler. So let's go repaint that, shall we? Well, okay, there's almost always another step to do first. Before we can repaint the boiler, there are actually a few small pieces on the boiler and the water tanks that I want to paint a different color. These were for the water tank caps and boiler braces, which I felt would be fun to highlight with that cinnamon orange later on down the line, and would be easier to repaint if we removed the individual pieces. I also removed the pop valves atop the boiler. I didn't mean to, I broke them off with excessive force while trying to remove those braces, but like with the whistle, I did want to keep their original brass paint. Sure, it would be annoying to glue them all back on later, but I think that's easier than repainting them after spray painting over them. The reason I used excessive force on the braces is because they were very much stuck. They're supposed to be removable, but the holes that they were fit into were a little too tight, and it wound up being extremely hard to push them out. They did eventually pop out, but man, I think it took me like an hour to get all 4 of them removed. Fortunately, with that all removed, the next step, spray painting, super easy. My father helped out for a second and gave it 2 coats of Model Flex Engine Black. Yes, we didn't remove the USA lettering on the side of the tanks, which means that you can see their indent in the black paint if the lighting is just right. But it's really hard to make it out even when you're looking for it. Besides, I had plans to cover up that area with something special anyway, so even if it could be noticed, people would be drawn to the obvious special detail that I put there. I know it's only been like 10 minutes of this video, but it actually took us like 3 to 4 days to reach this point. I just wanted to mention this because while we may be breezing through this project in the video, a lot of these steps took much longer to actually do than they did to explain. I have around like 6 hours of footage of us working on this project that I edited down into however long this video winds up being, and that's not including the work we did off camera, or the recordings that I threw away because they were poorly framed, didn't show anything interesting, or my hands got in the way of the camera too much. By the way, I do know that my hand gets in front of the camera a lot. I'm looking to rearrange my workspace because of that last point. I just wanted to mention this because, it feels really weird to me how far along we are in this script when it took me most of a work week to reach this point. It's really only been 10 minutes of this video? Anyways, during that little ramble, you might have noticed I was painting some things cinnamon orange once more. I wanted to paint up the braces and tank caps to continue the theme I'm going for. I also painted the boiler's bands, which looked a bit weird on its own, but it'll look a lot better when the locomotive's complete. This step took a lot of patience, as I had to paint around a bunch of random pipes on the locomotive, and often found myself rubbing away excess paint because I had bled over, either to one of those pipes, or because my hand slipped off of the band and just painted on the regular boiler. With the bands painted, I then shoved the braces and caps back into place. One thing I forgot to record is that we put masking tape over the builder's plates on the sides of the water tanks. Since we can't physically remove them, we tried to protect them this way so we could hand paint over them, removing anything when it got on the plate and not ruining the overall appearance. We didn't want to spray paint over them after all. But emphasis on try. One of the 2 plates got damaged by the masking tape we put over it. Fortunately, it was still intact enough that we could paint over the missing parts and pass it off as just grime on the plate, but it is a little bit unfortunate that it got damaged. A strange quirk of this locomotive you may or may not have noticed is the engine lacks a bell. Apparently, the trench locomotives just never had them. However, the sound decoder has a bell sound effect, so I wanted a physical bell to justify using the noise in operation. I ordered one through Wiseman Model Services. They labeled it as a Lima or Baldwin bell, and I painted the frame black as best I could. In order to get it in place, I figured we would cut or file off the post on the bottom of the bell, but that wasn't really working, and even before I tried doing that, my father suggested we drill a hole in the boiler for the post. That was the better solution. For the hole, we poked a small dip in the top of the boiler dome, closest to the cab, using an awl. After that, we used a pin vise and tiny drill bit to get started, and then up to the size of the drill bit and repeated the process. This gave us a more consistently positioned hole. On the 4th drill bit, and the last one we needed to do, we actually didn't have any pin vices big enough to hold it steady, so I had to just use my hands to finish the hole. It worked, but it took ever. It took me like 10 minutes, and it was pretty painful, but after we scraped away some excess materials from the hole, the bell just slid right into place. I put a small coat of canopy glue around the base of the bell to try to hold it in place. However, my father struggled to find his pin vices for the drill, so while he was searching for them, I worked on assembling the doors for the cab and putting the last windows in place. We found the missing door frame. It was almost the same color of the floor it was on, and the windows I had just left out of the cab in case I felt like leaving one open for an engineer to lean out the window. In the end, I didn't feel like it. As I waited for the paint and glue to dry, I decided to try and paint the cylinders and the lights on the locomotive. This took patience, as I didn't know how to remove them and I was afraid I would overpaint, but after around 2 to 3 coats, most of the original gray had been replaced with cinnamon orange, and I made sure to try and remove any overpainting. After that, I just let the paint on everything dry for a couple of minutes. When I returned, the boiler was ready to be put back into place. Some careful movements to not break anything, and 3 screws later, it was on. And, well, the cab had been ready for a good while. It just needed to wait for the boiler to be put back first. Which, well, we just did, so... With everything back together, only a few more details needed to be added. Unfortunately, though, I didn't record all the changes I made. For instance, this little toolbox is one I custom painted using a brown blend of Americana Burnt Umber and Ceramicoat Territorial Beige with Ceramicoat Empire Gold for the hinges. I didn't record that paint job, but I did record gluing it to the front of the locomotive. There were some boiler details that got snapped off when I removed the cab, such as the whistle cord and, this little pipe. Some canopy glue fixed those problems, though. This is where I also added the grab irons to the cab. Didn't record it, but I did add them. I just bent and cut out some wire that we had lying around. The cab also had some window shades and windowsills that I forgot to add, so I added them now. The second to last detail was adding some coal in the bunker. While the old bunker did have coal in it still, the new one was higher up, so said coal didn't really reach the top. To fix this, I grabbed some cardboard, cut it into little strips roughly the size and shape of the holes in the bunker that I could fill, painted them black, and started gluing some Woodland Scenic coal on top of it, using Elmer's glue diluted with a little bit of water to hold it in place. I didn't start with the diluted glue, admittedly, and when I did I probably should not have used the palette I used for paints, and I kinda did it clumsily, but everything worked out in the end. Never didn't have it, but also hindsight is one heck of a wake-up call. With the coal in place, there's just one last thing to do. Well, it would have been the last thing, but little footnote, we actually broke the wire. One of the 2 wires, I don't know which one, but we broke the wiring for the back headlight, and so we had to disassemble this whole thing once she had been assembled, just to solder that back together. Another thing I didn't record, but just a little footnote here, if you're gonna do this yourself, be careful with the wiring for the headlights, dude. You can totally break it if you're not paying attention. I don't even know when it happened, but we fixed it. And by we, I mean my father. And that means that there was only one thing left to do, and that was to name her. And I already knew what name I wanted. After all, there's a reason I went for this specifically cinnamon orange theme for so many details on this tiny little locomotive. Allow me to introduce engine number 5001, which is a hilarious coincidence. The original engine, and therefore the current number plate on this engine, had the number of 5001, and I redecorated this locomotive for my 5,000 subscriber special. I didn't mean for it to work out that way, but now that I know it's how things are, I'm not changing it. It's really funny and fitting. But allow me to introduce you all to Snickerdoodle, like the cinnamon cookie. The text on her boiler is something I painted myself. I could have written it out better with something other than a brush, but we didn't have anything with a fine enough tip that wouldn't just scratch off the underlying black paint, and I wanted the lettering to be kind of sloppy anyways, as though the engineer came along and tried to quickly paint out the word before management noticed what he was doing. It's a goofy little name for a goofy little engine, passed on with love. And yet, this engine still captures a serious spirit with its consistent color scheme and the obvious care for its appearance. This thing, while a little odd, looks formal in a realistic way. I love it. I'm really proud of how this turned out. For being the second train I've ever really finished decorating, Snickerdoodle is beautiful. So, what do I plan to do with her? Well, I was thinking two things. One, there's a relatively local modular On30 train club that goes out to shows sometimes. It's more Washington-based than Oregon-based, which might make it hard for me to really keep up with the club, but I was looking into joining that and maybe running her there sometimes, and maybe contributing a module of my own to get in some benchwork building practice, and some scenery practice. Two, this tiny locomotive can somehow manage 9-inch radius curves. I thought it might be fun to make a micro layout for her someday. But, well, I've got my main model railroad project to focus on for now, the Willamette Port Carony. Those ideas might have to wait. But just because they're not happening now, doesn't mean I'm giving up on the ideas. Just means we're gonna have to wait for, say, 10,000 subs to try something like that. Thank you all for 5,000 subscribers. It may seem small when you look at how big some YouTube channels get, but seriously, I'm not sure I've had in-person conversations with even 1,000 people in my life. It's nice to know that these passion projects of mine are things I can share with people who can appreciate what I do. It really does mean a lot to me. Thank you.
That was the making of Snickerdoodle. She's kind of an icon for this channel, but she's not the only thing for the Little Loop that doesn't have a video in the actual Little Loop series. These high-side gondolas, for example, don't even have a video. There's not too much to say about them since they disappeared from the project as soon as the vacation was over, and they were built in a similar way to the two 18-foot gondolas specifically built for the Little Loop. The one fun thing I can point out is the ladder variety and extra details that some of these suckers have. These may seem pretty unimportant, but they actually tell me the order that I built each one of them in. It doesn't really matter, and I've forgotten the order by now, but I had it memorized back when I built them. The other thing to mention is the Mount Blue Model Co. Shorty Coach. It's a little bit weird. First of all, the video for it sucks. I know you're watching a 4-hour-long supercut. You can totally stomach another hour-long video, but this one was just rambling without any editing. I should probably get rid of that video so people don't try to use it as a tutorial or judge me for how terrible it is. The coach itself, however, stuck around on the Little Loop after the vacation layout, and I built it with Snickerdoodle in mind. But I actually ditched it late in the project. Let's jump to the video explaining why, shall we? When I took the first edition of the Little Loop Railroad on vacation, I brought this Mount Blue Model Co. 23-foot Shorty Combine with me. And if I'm being honest, I don't really like the car all that much. And to be clear, it's not because I think the kit is bad. Mount Blue makes nicely detailed kits with tons of room for custom paint jobs. and I like the paint job that I put on this car. It's pretty unique. The one thing I don't like about this car is the proportions. The design of the kit is just a little too small for my liking. 3 passenger windows doesn't feel like enough to me, and the car is pretty thin. It's not bad, it's just not what I want. When we started work on the permanent layout for the Little Loop Railroad, in the back of my head I started planning on how I would try to fix this problem. What I eventually came up with was to take the frame off of a Bachmann 26-foot excursion car and use it to scratch build a combine. I have done scratch building before, but usually on a pretty small scale, such as gondola sides or a boxcar roof. This is probably the most ambitious idea I've had. But we're here on YouTube. Challenge just makes things more interesting for a video, right? And more impressive for the train show that I displayed all of this at last week. Well, in mid-November, this idea got a good head start. On Black Friday weekend, I was able to order a trench engine off of Train World that eventually became Peppermint. Thanks to benefactor member Radioisotopics, I was able to order multiple engines for channel projects. We haven't shown off the second one, but we'll be seeing her soon enough. Now, the original plan was just to buy 2 engines, so that's the amount of money that Radio sent me. But, because it was Black Friday weekend, I got a pretty big discount on them. So big, in fact, that I had the money left over to buy an excursion car. Actually, I had the funds for 2 because of how cheap Train World is selling these excursion cars. So, I grabbed 2. One of them was just a generic car that I was planning to scrap for the frame, and the other was one with an H. Lee Riley memorial plaque just to pay some honor to the man who made this scale as popular as it is today. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't have gotten invested in On30. With the 2 excursion cars on the way, I started ordering passenger car parts and wood for car walls on the side. And near the end of December, everything arrived. Today, let's build a custom On30 26-foot combine. I started by separating the car body from the shell by applying pressure on the clips for the floor while also trying to pull the body up and off of the frame. Now, I said I wanted to keep the H. Lee Riley as an excursion car, and that's still true. However, the frame it comes with is not as nice as the frame on the generic car, so I swapped them out. With the frame ready, well, I probably should have done this step in a different order, but I decided that instead of assembling the new walls, we needed to paint the windows and doors, for some reason. Basically, all of the detail parts that I ordered for this conversion were from San Juan Details. This is true for the passenger doors, the window frames, the baggage doors, and the interior seats. Before I forget, just so it's noted somewhere in this video, here's the exact list of parts that I ordered from San Juan. I did also order a stove, but I didn't wind up using it. Anyways, for the passenger doors and window frames, I gave them 2 coats of Citadel Color Balor Brown as a nice buff yellow highlight. The first coat often didn't fully cover up the original color, so the second coat really focused on touching up any problem spots on the windows and doors. I then realized I probably should have done the walls first. So, for the walls of the car, I pulled out some 16th-inch scribed wood sheets. At first, I tried cutting them with a Northwest Shortline chopper, but that tool is really designed for cutting pieces that are thinner than its blade, which the scribed wood was very much not. The wood is about 3.5 inches thick, while the blade is probably closer to 1 or 1.5 inches. I very quickly swapped my methods. I instead measured the distance I wanted to cut, used a firm piece of cardboard as a square to get a good right angle, and then used a hobby knife along the cardboard's edge to cut through the wood in multiple strokes. Each cut was 1 3/4 inches, which was about the height of the excursion car. That way, the new car would match the excursion car in height, letting us run a cute 2-car passenger train. Once the height was cut down, I then shortened the length of some of the pieces to better fit the overall shape of the car. The car isn't 3.5 inches wide, nor is it 3.5 inches long, but the wood is. The car body was about 2 inches wide and 5 3/8 inches long. For the car ends, we cut the pieces to fit at about 2 inches long, and for the sides we had one piece the full 3.5 inch length, and another piece cut down to 1 7/8 inches. Before I could glue on the sides though, I needed to add holes for the windows and doors to fit into. This is why I think it was foolish of me to paint them first. We had to wait for the paint to dry before we could test fit them on the wooden walls. Once the paint had dried, though, I cut the San Juan details off of their respective sprues and started figuring out the amount of space each piece was going to take up. The windows were pretty easy to figure out, as each would fit in a 1/2 inch wide hole, but needed at least one board on either side of them to fit properly. Well, 1/2 inch is 8/16, so 8 boards for the hole, plus a 2-board gap between windows to account for that extra space necessary. Figuring out how far down the windows needed to be was a little harder, but not by much. It just required lining up the new wood sides with the old excursion body to test the height. Where the windows were on the excursion car is where the windows should line up with on the new coach. Using another piece of wood as a right angle, I was able to line up all the windows without much issue. Next came the door holes. This was a little annoying to do since both the baggage and passenger doors were almost the same height as the walls, but they weren't quite the same height. This means that the walls we were carving out got so thin at the top or bottom of the doors that they would just naturally break along the seam of the scribed wood boards. Fortunately, we could just glue everything together later, so this wasn't really a problem, but it was annoying. With all the holes for doors and windows in place, I then started supergluing the walls in place on the car frame. I had to both be quick before the glue dried and careful as to line everything up right, but I was able to get it all in the first try with some careful planning. By now, the car was starting to take shape, and this project was starting to look a lot easier than I thought. It was looking a lot more like a busy day's work than a real challenge. I felt pretty confident at this point, and was ready to paint the car properly. For the main walls, I went with Badger Model Flex Light Tuscan Oxide Red. I love dark Tuscan Oxide Red, but I don't really use light very often, and I thought it would be a fun change of pace. To help keep the wooden appearance of the car, I didn't paint everything fully. Some parts I dry brushed to help add a little light inconsistency to try and highlight the material used. Once the walls were mostly red, I would have painted the window frames and doors, but I kinda did that already. So, instead, I got around to gluing them in place with some CA super glue. Something interesting to note here is the baggage doors. First of all, I painted them off camera in Badger Model Flex Dark Tuscan Oxide Red, but more importantly, while the baggage doors came with 4 windows each, I glued them in such a way that only 3 windows were visible. If I hadn't done this, the door would be a little bit too big and it would look like it wouldn't be able to fully open. You might have already noticed the next step in the background footage here. I had some 1/16 of an inch square strip wood lying around that I cut down to the height of the car, the width of the baggage door, and to the length of the passenger compartment to help with the car's trim. The car's height was 1 3/4 inches, the width of the baggage door was 3/4 of an inch, and the length was 3 1/8 inches. Once everything was cut to shape, I painted it all in Ceramcoat Brown Iron Oxide to help highlight the trim, before eventually using wood glue to put the pieces on the cars aside. At this point, I had to take a small detour over to help my father work on the rock faces for the layout. Why does that matter to today's video? Clearance. This coach is the largest non-engine piece of rolling stock that needs to run on the Little Loop Railroad for the show, and the rock face closest to the tracks has some clearance issues with the larger pieces of rolling stock. While other 26-foot cars will make it around without any issue, this one has trouble with the car trim snagging on stuff a little too close to the tracks. The trim is like 1/32 of an inch larger than any other car, and trust me, the clearances are that tight on the Little Loop Railroad. So, to test and make sure everything was okay, we pushed the combine through the problematic area a couple of times just to make sure that everything was smooth. At first, it wasn't smooth, but hey, that's why we have a hammer and chisel. With that detour out of the way, let's get back to the main subject. Next, we cut down a piece of 1/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch strip wood to make the letterboard. Like with the trim, we painted it in brown iron oxide and then glued it to the car using wood glue. I specifically cut 2 pieces per side, one for above the passenger windows and one for the front of the car. However, I left a gap in the letterboard where the baggage door was as to not block the baggage door windows. As that was coming together, I kinda realized that I should have painted the end platforms and the car steps much earlier in this project. That way, I wouldn't have to paint around the parts I had already glued down. Not much I can do about that, it's just hindsight at this point. For the coach steps, I painted those in white, and for the end platforms, I painted those in Ceramcoat Territorial Beige to make them look a little wooden. The exterior of the coach was almost done at this point, but the hardest part lay ahead. The roof. A lot of other modelers have shortened down the stock Bachmann 36-foot coaches with some careful cuts and some putty to smooth the gaps. Personally, I've never done anything like this, but now is as good a time as any for me to learn how to, right? After all, I'd like to steal the roof from a stock Bachmann coach and then shorten its length down to match this one. It won't be a full coach shortening project, but it's a good place to start, you know? I have about 20 spare Bachmann coaches, so I grabbed the roof off of one of those and cut it down in 2 spots to shorten the roof by approximately 4 windows worth, or about 11 scale feet. After completing both of the cuts, I did a quick test fit to see how the 2 pieces would look together, and then sanded down the edges to make them nice and smooth. With the joint ready, I got to work adding Tamiya modeling putty to smooth it out. This stuff smelled kind of weird and was a little hard to fit between the joint, but I was able to fit it around the joint enough to get the joint secured pretty easily. Once the putty had a little bit of time to dry, I sanded it down so everything would conform to the shape of the roof. In doing so, however, I sanded away the stuff holding the joint in place more than once, but more putty, especially this time in the joint, helped me to reconnect the pieces. After doing this crazy song and dance a couple of times, and eventually getting everything smooth enough for my liking, we took a quick trip to the paint booth and sprayed the roof and handrails while we were at it in Badger Model Flex Engine Black to get the entire color consistent. As the paint dried, I started work on the car interior. Using some of the leftover pieces of scribed wood from the car walls, I superglued them down to make the interior floor. One of these pieces I cut a door hole into and used it as the separator between the passenger and baggage compartments. I don't know why, but I got sent 4 passenger doors when I only needed 2, so I just used one of the spares here after painting it up. Speaking of painting up, to give the car interior a little more life, I used some Ceramcoat maple wood stain to paint both the walls and floors of the interior. As the wood stain settled, I focused on the seats. I painted the main parts of the seats in Badger Model Flex Southern Sylvan Green, superglued on one armrest per seat without painting them, and then glued in the seats one by one. The right-hand side of the car had 5 seats, 1 per window, but the left-hand side had 4 seats and 1 stove. The stove I wound up using for this was just another stove from a Bachmann coach. We had plenty to spare, after all. Sadly, I didn't have any passengers for the interior, but adding the seats still gave a little bit of extra depth to the car and made it feel more finished. With the roof well dried by now, some blemishes in the putty made themselves apparent. So I went back and sanded things down again a couple of times and hand-painted over the re-exposed putty. Once that was done, off camera I tried to do a test fit of the roof, but I very quickly realized that the interior wall and the end walls were too tall, and they had to be trimmed down so that the roof could rest on the car body. At this stage of completion, cutting the walls for this wasn't really easy, but because the roof was blocking the view of most of these parts, the results only needed it to work. They didn't need to look good, and nobody was really gonna see it. With victory on the horizon, I did what I always do. Rush the ending and forget to record these last few little bits. Fortunately, I didn't really do much, as what little I had left to do was just re-adding details like the smoke jack or the roof windows. The only part really worth going into detail about is the pieces of wood that I had to add to help with the roof's alignment. These helped to keep the roof centered on the car and kept it from falling off from sudden motions. It wasn't a tight fit, there was some room to wiggle things around, but generally this held the roof in place. And with that... Well, normally I'd say we're done, but something happened. When getting photos of the final product to share on our supporters-only chat on the Discord server, I put the Combine next to the H. Lee Riley excursion car to assemble a small passenger train for the photo shoot. The two cars, however, looked a little bit out of place next to each other. I actually thought that was kind of cute and quirky, but I also thought it would be nice if all the cars were matching. So, as I sometimes like to do, I went back to the Discord server and asked my supporters what they wanted to see. The vote was tied. I decided to make the cars match. The excursion car was already separated from its frame, so we had a nice head start there when it came to the paint job, but I did need to separate a couple of extra parts. I didn't want to accidentally overpaint onto the passenger benches, so I unscrewed them from the bottom of the car. I also removed the car's roof, which was a little bit harder to do since it was just glued in place. Carefully pulling on it at specific spots and specific patterns, it worked out okay, though. The paint job was basically just the same as it was on the last car. Badger Model Flex light Tuscan oxide red for the sides, making sure to avoid the handrails and memorial plaque. Ceram coat brown iron oxide for the window trim and letterboard attached to the roof. Citadel color Ballard brown for the posts. Ceram coat territorial beige for the end platforms. And Badger Model Flex weathered black for the roof touch-ups. I didn't originally plan to paint the roof, but I accidentally got some Tamiya modeling putty on it, so I kinda just had to. With that all done, though, everything was ready to go, and we could reassemble the car by screwing down the seats, snapping on the body, and gluing on the roof again. And with that, we have a very cute two-car shorty passenger train. And some more experience scratch building to go along with it. Honestly, I had so much fun doing this that I may have to try my hand again at something like this in the near future. It wasn't that complicated, and the results are super satisfying to do. Though, I guess that does explain why this Combine isn't the only thing I built exclusively for the show. But that's another topic for... showtime! Well, almost. This upcoming weekend marks the Little Loop debuting at a train show near Portland, Oregon. For these last few weeks leading up to the show, I'm obviously really focused on finishing up the layout and working out any problems it may have before the deadline. But there's also something fun that I would like to do before the show. I love painting engines, and I think it would be a fun treat for those of you who actually make it to the show to see a few surprises on the layout. For example, a couple of geared engines. I got this Shay and Climax for only $50 as a pairing. Now, they weren't perfect, I did have to repair some gear issues, and at this point in time, the Climax really isn't running, but the Shay's doing fine and both of them have DCC and sound. That's a pretty good deal if you ask me. Flexing aside, though, the Shay actually ran into an interesting problem. As you might notice from the background footage, the Shay stalls a lot. Now, we could fix this issue with a current keeper or a keep alive or something, but part of the problem is bumps in the track lifting her wheels enough for her to lose power. Or sometimes she'd just derail. Regardless of the keep alive, if we want to run anything outside of the trench locomotives on a consistent basis, the track needs fixing. The fix was pretty easy. Find a problematic joint, lift the lower set of rails using a pair of pliers until both of the rails are level, and that's it. I didn't really record any of this because I had just fixed the Shay and I really wanted to see her running. I also didn't think it would matter much. Boy, was I wrong. On one joint in the track, I kinda screwed things up big time. You see this joint here? Well, if you look closely, the front rail has a tiny gap between it and the ties. That, my friends, is a rail I pulled on so hard that it pulled itself off of the ties. My main goal was to reduce derailments, not cause more. Yeah, we're screwed. The new bump is so bad that even Snickerdoodle and Peppermint derail on it. We desperately need to fix this. The best thing I could do at this point was to run to my father for advice. His suggestion was that we rip out and replace the broken track piece entirely. We did toss around some other ideas, but because the broken piece of track was a standard piece of track rather than flex track, rip and replace just seemed most practical to us. So, we got to work. First came the rip. To help loosen everything up, we used some alcohol to dissolve the matte medium holding down the ballast. After that had a little bit of time to soak, we came through with a poker to scrape away the pieces that were still stuck to the roadbed, then came back with a vacuum and sucked up all the loose bits. After repeating this process enough times, we could then use a putty knife to get under the track and pull it away from the caulk, holding it in place. To get the broken track off the layout without damaging the track around it, my father cut into the rails with a Dremel. Once he was done cutting, it was pretty easy to pull everything out in pieces. With the track removed, we then focused on cleaning up any leftover caulk or ballast so that the new piece of track would have a smooth surface to sit on. We also sanded down the space to flatten out any last imperfections. Getting the new piece of track in place was a little stressful. We had to put a lot of pressure on all the pieces involved just to get the rail joiners to fit, but with a little bit of patience and some temporary track bending, we were able to just slot everything together in one go. Things were looking good for a moment. That moment, however, quickly died when we did a test run with the Shay. The other piece of track in the problem joint had also been raised in the initial incident, making a little hump at the joint. The Shay, which had some low-hanging detail, was not happy with this hump. To hold the rail down, we just used a clothing pin like a real railroad spike. This didn't just hold the rail down, though, it also held the rail in place. The original joint in the rails wasn't smooth, and so trains running through it also had to deal with a little bit of lateral turbulence on top of the hump. And that seemed to fix everything. I lied, it didn't. While engines were handling the track okay now, the height wasn't quite right and the bump was uncoupling cars on occasion. Instead of using pins, we tried raising the new piece of track to match the old piece's height by adding some thin strips of styrene beneath the ties. This didn't actually work. While the rails were at the same height at the joint, both tracks were at enough of a grade going up to the joint that the peak was still there. Eventually, we just added more pins in a couple of better strategic locations, and that seemed to fix the issue. The only downside of using these pins is that their heads stuck out like a sore thumb with how shiny they were. But with a little bit of brown paint, they blended in perfectly with the ballast. You can still spot them if you know to look for them, but most people won't be able to tell the difference. Speaking of ballast, to round out today's project, we had to add a new layer of ballast. This was both for the scenery, as the tracks look wrong without the ballast, but also to secure the track since we didn't actually glue down the new piece. On the outside of the rails, we just used Elmer's glue to attach the ballast. For the inside, however, we laid the ballast first, sprayed it in half water and half 70% alcohol, then poured on a 1:6 diluted matte medium solution. The alcohol and water helped the matte medium settle between the individual pieces of ballast better. And while we're working on the scenery, I also added a little bit of grass to this corner of the layout. I left this region untouched because the original idea was to do an engine shed here, but that kind of fell through. One, the shed needed to get under the tracks to be assembled correctly, and we did not prepare for this. And two, the walls of the shed would block the view of any locomotives we put on display in this area. So, a little bit of static grass, a little bit of ground foam, and bam! No shed, but no problems either. Aside from missing a tree or two, this area is looking pretty nice. But it's not really what we're here for today. Let's do another test run. Well, would you look at that? I know there's still more scenery to build for the show this weekend, but thank heavens this is out of the way, right? Speaking of the show, I am... The story behind this is a little silly. Basically, back in September of 2023, when I first built Snickerdoodle, I wanted to get her a small caboose that would match her small size. So, I ordered this logging caboose from Wiseman Model Services. It came in the same package as Snickerdoodle's bell, so I wasn't even done with Snickerdoodle when I started work on this new car. Wiseman offers 4 versions of this caboose. Half of them are vertical wall boards, while the other half have diagonal wall boards. But what I care about pointing out here is the other split. One variation comes with wheels and a frame, and the other doesn't and assumes that you have a Bachmann passenger car truck to use as a replacement. It's cheaper to buy the version that requires you to supply the passenger truck, which is no surprise since Wiseman isn't supplying any of the wheels themselves, so it's lowering the costs on their end. Since I happened to have about 10 passenger cars, and I really only wanted 5, I decided to steal the trucks off one to use for this project. But that didn't work as well as I had hoped. The post on the passenger truck was so tall, it would have had to poke through the floor of the caboose to fit. Not to mention that the truck had material blocking the space for a coupler box to fit. I was able to finish this project mostly in a day, but because of the troubles with the passenger truck, I basically just put the project on a shelf and said, I'll finish it later, and later never came. At least, it didn't come in the way I expected it to. Recently, for a locomotive project, I ordered some parts through the Cumberland shops. I ordered a lot of bells and whistles, nothing much to write home about. However, Gary, who runs the Cumberland shops, likes throwing in extra detail parts in every order. It's kind of fun seeing what you'll get. Usually you'll get bells, whistles, headlights, or maybe details like air pumps, but this time, Gary sent me an entire tender. Now, I have some plans for that tender, and not for this video, but he also sent me a couple of extra car frames, including a 10-foot car frame. I didn't really know what to do with that at first, but then I remembered this little bobber caboose. And suddenly, this old project had a pretty easy solution sitting right in front of me. Now, this wasn't a perfect solution. The new frame that I got from the Cumberland shops was 10 scale feet, while the car was 8, so it wasn't exactly a perfect match. But hey, I'm no stranger to a little bit of scratch building. So, what wound up happening is most of this project got done within a day or two back in September 2023. It then sat on a shelf for all the way until December 27th, 2024, when I got the car frame, and suddenly, the whole project was done in a very anticlimactic way. Now, it's awesome that I've finally finished this project, but there's a bit of a problem that its age brings about. It's been over a year since I did most of this. I don't remember all the details and inner workings of this project. Writing the script for this was pretty hard because obviously my memory wasn't refreshed well, but also my recording style has changed drastically. Look at this camera angle, look at that newspaper, look at that wood glue on the bottom of a shot glass. But most importantly, look at how long the footage for this is. One of the things that I've learned in the last year or so of making videos is that small amounts of long recordings are way worse than large amounts of short recordings. With short recordings, you have nice, clean splits between each step, making it easier when writing a script to identify what each step was and in what order they were done. After all you need to do is open up a file, skip to the middle of the video, and see what's happening for about 5 seconds. With long recordings, while it's less work as I paint and build things since I don't have to stop and start the recording on occasion, I have to watch the entire recording while making the script to refresh my memory and identify the correct order of steps. Not to mention, when making the video, I have to splice the recording for each step. So, what does this mean? Well, first of all, I've improved as a YouTuber over the last year. Second off, this video might not cover everything in this project. I have deadlines to meet, and this is a headache to work with. I've done my best, and I do think it's good enough, but sorry if I missed any important steps in this project. With all that said, let's finish one of the oldest projects on this channel. This project began like any other wooden kit. Just a hobby knife on laser-cut wood, cutting through the small nubbins that hold all the pieces to the excess flash material. Once we had enough cut out, the first part to build was the interior frame. And these parts were pretty nicely made and had slots built in to help line up everything, including the roof braces and the floor. I was pretty new to the hobby at this point, so I was trying to take things a little bit slow, and I held off on adding the roof braces at first, instead opting to work on the car base. But, as you might know, the car base got kinda heavily changed in this project. Which is really quite a shame. I spent a lot of time working on this, adding the extra braces, testing it on the passenger truck, painting it a generic black, but, sunk cost fallacy. Use what works, and if what you have doesn't work, don't force yourself to use it. I then painted the door frames, window frame, and steps for the end of the car in a cranberry red color, and painted the roof in the same black as the frame. Next, I finally glued in the roof braces, and got to work gluing on the main walls. I know even today, I sometimes drift a little too far to the side of the camera when I'm building things, but wow, with this camera angle, it's especially terrible. I won't mock myself too much in this video, but I have to throw a jab in here and there, you know? To paint the card walls once the glue had dried a bit, I just used Ceramcoat Territorial Beige, one of my personal favorite wood colors, and dry brushed it everywhere that I could. In hindsight, I should have just used wood stain, but I'm not even sure if I knew what wood stain was at this point. The dry brushing worked out fine, but hey, maybe something I should consider in the future. I also painted the main pieces for the doors, and then started work on getting the doors and window frames in place. Now, the reason the car frame is in the center of the footage is because it was off to the side of my workspace. Why was the camera centered on the side of my workspace, you ask? Good question. My only answer to that is hindsight is a cruel beast. Instead, I'd like to ask, why was the car frame off to the side on this pile of wood? Simple. Car steps. Instead of being sane and using a stronger glue like super glue, I tried getting these in place with canopy glue, which is what I use for windows. In order to let the glue dry with the steps in the right position, I had to prop up the frame on a bit of scrap wood to get it at the right height. After double-digit failed attempts, this did work, but I forgot to check where the steps were actually supposed to go. You're supposed to trim them to the right height so that they don't clip into the rail. I didn't do that. I had to rip off both of these steps after the glue had dried instead. Fortunately, I was going to have to do this anyways when I replaced the car frame, but it didn't feel good when it first happened. Back to the doors for a second, I glued on the Z-shaped braces to both doors and then glued them in place, leaving one of them slightly ajar. And for the last thing of 2023, I glued on the car roof. Man, that sucked to edit. Now that I look at it though, I think it could be fun to build another one of these cars sometimes. I've been having a lot of nostalgia recently, comparing my older models to the newer ones that I've been doing recently, and this could be another fun point of reference. Kind of like how we built Peppermint in a night, while Snickerdoodle back in 2023 took an entire week to do. Let me know in the comments if you'd want to see something like that. Now to 2024. When I got that bonus car frame from Gary at the Cumberland Shops, it wasn't as easy as putting the old car body on the new frame. It was easy, but it wasn't that easy. As I mentioned before, the car body was 8 scale feet long, while the new frame was 10 scale feet. All I needed to do to fix this was to add small bits of floor on the ends of the car, but I instead decided to build an entirely new floor for the car. For this, I took some random strip wood I had laying around and cut it to the width of the car, which was about 1 5/8 inches. Now, I'm not exactly sure how big these pieces of wood were, but I think they were 1/4 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch. This would make sense since 1/4 of an inch is 1 scale foot, and I wound up cutting 10 boards to cover the entire 10-foot frame. I've also worked with 1/4 by 1/16 strips of wood a lot, and this was definitely thicker than 1/16 of an inch. Anyways, I then glued the boards together in pairs, and then glued the pairs together to make the car deck. To make it look like the floor was covered in wood stain, I used wood stain. Specifically, one of my all-time favorites, Ceramcoat Maple. Once everything had a little time to dry, I superglued on the wood deck. Unfortunately, I did so slightly crooked, but honestly, if I didn't notice it while I was assembling the car, most people won't notice it in operation. I then glued the car body to the deck using a little bit of wood glue. As that dried, actually before I glued it in place, but thanks to the power of video magic, I touched up the paint on the car steps. I didn't remember the name of the color I used, but I remembered the bottle that I used. Now that I'm writing the script, though, I don't remember the color anymore because there are two bottles on my desk that both look like they could have been the color I used. Whatever the color was, it was either Americana Deep Burgundy or Americana Cranberry Wine. After the paint had dried, and once we actually started gluing on the body of the car, I used a dab of superglue to hold the steps in place. Ironically, it didn't actually work all too well at first. For some reason, these steps just don't like being glued to things. It was pretty annoying because I had to hold the steps in place like 7 times. Fortunately, this time I did actually get the height of the steps right. Thank heavens I didn't have to fix that again. Next, I used a number 50 drill bit to drill some holes for the couplers and screwed on some KD 148s with a 256 screw. Since I had already added some 36-inch HO wheel sets before this point, the car was ready to run. However, there were some small details left that I needed to add, such as the stovepipe. Wiseman's kit did have one included, but I already used that on a Mount Blue Model Co. caboose kit a while ago. So, since I happened to have a spare San Juan stovepipe left over from last week's Combine car project, I just stole that and drilled out a hole in the roof for it to go into. For the handbrake, all I did was stab the wood floor to open up a tiny divot, grab a spare Bachmann handbrake, and then glued it in place with, of course, super glue. And with that, the oldest channel project comes to a close. Right on time for the show, and a perfect fit for the little loop. I'd say my intuition a year and a half ago was right. This is an excellent caboose to pair with Snickerdoodle. It's a little comically small, but in a good way. I like this car. It feels good to finally put to rest one of the oldest projects on the channel. Maybe one day we'll finish all those old projects I never truly completed. Like, say, look. This next video is one not meant for the Little Loop, but it is a project that I tried to get finished for the train show that the Little Loop was featured in. Because of this, you might have already seen the locomotive in some of the photos of the finished layout. Of course, she's not the only engine I brought to the show, but she's the only one outside of Snickerdoodle and Peppermint that actually ran at the show, and I had to finish her pretty close to the deadline. I've wanted to build my own engine for quite some time now. I've built an engine kit before, and I've used the detail parts to amplify my locomotives, but I've never really made an engine all by myself. So, today, I'm going to do that. Well, kind of. The idea isn't entirely original. Because of how ubiquitous the On30 Mogul is, a lot of people like buying them and stealing the shell to use on another mechanism. As On30 conversions go, it's pretty simple, but it's still a conversion that uses parts in an unintended and creative way. It's not unique, but it is cool. Plus, the engine that I want to build is one that I've never seen before in On30. A decapod. I've always liked decapods. I can't tell you exactly why, but I do know my love for them has grown in the last few years. Russian decapods happen to be the most common model of any decapod. My girlfriend is Russian. I'm a simp. Sue me. Back in late November, our benefactor Radioisotopics sponsored our Christmas project, Peppermint. While I was browsing Train World to figure out which variation of a trench engine I should buy to build Peppermint, I spotted a Russian decapod with sound for just $220. Obviously, I was intrigued, but this was being live streamed to Radio. Radio loves decapods. Radio loves On30. This was a match made in heaven. One donation later, and a few days of shipping, and we had the base for not one, but 2 locomotive projects. I started by separating the locomotive shell from the chassis. This turned out to be a nightmare. One of the screws that held the shell in place had a stripped head, meaning it wouldn't bind with any of the screwdrivers that I had. For about half an hour, I tried using pliers or tweezers to twist the screw, but the head was in a tight space and nothing I tried would fit. Eventually, I pulled out a screwdriver with swappable heads that had one head that would barely move the screw. With it, I was able to get the screw out just enough to use pliers to twist it the rest of the way. Once that screw was gone, the rest of the body came off with ease, aside from one choke point where I had to cut an air hose. I would have loved to save the body for a future project, and I would have loved to not cut that air hose, but I don't really do much HO, so it's not a huge loss. The next thing to do was test fit the boiler. As I mentioned before, all things considered, this conversion is not that hard to pull off. It's no cakewalk, but the boiler was able to pretty reasonably well fit over the mechanism at this point. However, it wasn't a clean fit. The boiler didn't rest well on the mechanism, so I had to cut out a couple of bits to help it fit. I started by cutting a notch into the shell underneath the cab. This helped a lot, but the shell was still having a little trouble fitting on thanks to the sand pipes. So, I just cut the sand pipes below the running board. It is a shame to lose that detail, but it's also something most people won't ever notice. At this point, I realized that most of the screws that I took out of the engine weren't actually holding on the original shell, but were instead holding on the locomotive weight. So I did my best to screw it back in. Unfortunately, the stripped screw head was one of the screws that was holding on the weight. As of writing this script, I still haven't properly secured the weight. It's a little bit loose. I then focused on replacing some broken detail parts on the replacement boiler, most notably the bell and whistle. For this, I used some 3D printed parts from the Cumberland shops on Etsy and painted them in Citadel color Balor Brown. Unfortunately, I'm running out of Balor Brown with how much I use it, but I was able to finish this project at the very least. It's a great color, but I'm going to need a new container soon. Next, I took some Badger Model Flex Light Tuscan Oxide Red and painted the roof and windows of the cab. This took many coats to get right, since Badger Model Flex isn't really the best at hand painting, but it turned out okay in the end, even if it was a little rougher of a process than I would have personally liked. I also hand painted all the pipes on the boiler, just cause I felt like it. I know this 210 is going to be unique, but I might as well make this engine stand out a little bit more, right? I also painted on some silver highlights. I didn't record doing all of them, but I painted on some boiler bands, the inside of the air pump, and what you're seeing now, the edge of the running boards. While trying to test fit the boiler shell to get a feel for how this all fit together, I noticed something strange. The pipes coming out of the pistons towards the smoke box were pushing the boiler around in such a way that the shell tilted to one side. So I cut them out to give the boiler a flatter space to rest more evenly on. I also cut out a little material in the smoke box to better give room for the boiler to fit over the mechanism. I next worked on a pilot for the engine. I just reused the cowcatcher and pilot from the donor mogul, but I had to add some styrene plates to adjust its height so that it would clear the rails appropriately. I then glued on a new headlight to the front of the engine. I'm not sure what this headlight is from, nor why the original headlight broke off, but ironically I glued it on in a way where it looks pretty normal despite being from a completely different engine. I was honestly disappointed by this. I wanted the engine to stand out, not blend in. Thanks to this being glued on close to the show, though, I didn't really have the time to fix this. The last thing I did on the main locomotive was add some, I don't actually know what to call these, the bars that run between the smoke box and the pilot. There's gotta be a correct term for that, right? Why do I not know this? Anyways, I just made a few by cutting and bending some spare wire to the shape of what these things should be. While the main engine was done by this point, The tender was not. I happened to have a few spare On30 tenders floating around, and the HO tender was just too thin to look good with the On30 engine. So, I tried unscrewing the shell from the original tender, and then fit on an On30 2442 tender shell. It was a bit too long, so eventually I convinced my dad to move the decoder from the original 210 entirely into the 2442 tender. After all, the tender didn't even have a decoder in it. Might as well swap it out, right? Thanks to the tender being a little bit shorter than the actual tender off a Mogul, I wanted to give it a little bit of bulk by using a Cumberland Shops coal bunker. I went with the tallest bunker I could find on the Cumberland Shops, which is based on the coal bunker of the real world Colorado and Southern No. 60. After my father gave it a coat of primer with his airbrush, I then painted it over with Badger Model Flex Grimy Black. To continue bulking up the tender, I added a quite large air tank. This one came off another donor Mogul, which had the air tank positioned on the top of its boiler. This is actually prototypical to the original locomotive, but it's not what I'm looking for. The engine I stole this air tank off of was a Budweiser locomotive, so it was a very tacky red and gold. I hand painted it black with several coats of paint to make it better fit in with the locomotive I was building. Eventually, I superglued it to the back of the coal bunker so that it would hide some of the holes in the top of the tender, but so that I could lift out the coal bunker and the air tank at the same time. I also glued some coal to the top of the bunker and some wooden boards to the front of the bunker. This is where I had to stop work for a bit to go to the January train show. Thunderduck made it out to the show as one of 5 engines we had to show off, and surprisingly, one of 3 engines that actually could run on the little loop. Despite having such a large wheelbase, she actually handled the nearly 14-inch radius curves on the Little Loop Railroad with ease. Even though she wasn't quite done, Thunderduck got a lot of time in the sun at this train show. She wasn't quite as popular as Peppermint or Snickerdoodle, since her name wasn't on display yet, but I got some good mileage out of her. Still, though, she wasn't done. Thunderduck needed a little more love before she was complete. So, once the show was over, I took a break. I was exhausted, what can I say? About a month later, though, I finally got my motivation back, picked her up again, and got back to work. The first thing I did was slap a decal on her tender. In my mind, Thunderduck has always been an engine on my main railroad, the Williamsport Carony, and while I don't have decals printed out specifically for her, I do have generic tender decals that fit perfectly on the 2442 tender that I used. Sadly, I don't have any number for her yet, but Thunderduck will be engine number 37 when the time comes. It's been a while since I've used waterslide decals, but it wasn't too hard to get back into the groove. After dipping the decal in some water and letting it soak for a minute, I was able to then slide it off the paper backing and onto the tender, where I then used some microsol to gently apply the decal. I had microset also available to help in case I needed it, but I didn't wind up using it. Sadly, while trying to get some bubbles smoothed out in the decal, I actually ripped the decal. Fortunately, since I'm dealing with white text and nothing else, I was able to use a little bit of white paint to cover up the spot and try and remake the letter that I ripped. It didn't look perfect, but we'll come back and try and blend this in a little bit more later. Next, I fixed some of the details in the coal bunker and subsequently attached parts. I fixed the paint on the air tank to be entirely black, letting no red shine through, and painted the wood boards on the front of the bunker with some Ceramcoat maple wood stain just to make it pop a little more. The coal bunker itself was a little bland, being only one color, so I added some orange-brown pan pastels to give a nice rust effect, and then some Vallejo dark gray wash to add extra texture and grime to the bunker. I then spent some time painting up the headlight for the front of the locomotive. I didn't want to make the whole thing a different color, but I did want to make it stand out a little bit in some way. So I painted the number board red, and then tried painting the edge of the number board in silver. I didn't like the silver. So I cleaned it off and tried white instead. That worked. At this point, I also realized that the silver I used on the running board of the locomotive was just a little bit excessive. So I went back and repainted the running board to have a white stripe instead. Now, one thing I've been wanting to do since the start of this project is replace the pistons with an older style of slide valve. I don't know the exact terminology, but I wanted the kind of pistons that had a block on the top of them rather than a second piston as a timing mechanism. To pull this off, I bought a Lambert Locomotive Works piston cover set from 3DP Train. And, well, the pistons are comically large, but they do look good. First, however, they need a new coat of paint. I tried to hand paint them, but this was just taking forever and the paint job was uneven, so eventually I handed these off to my dad to have him spray paint them instead. Next, I assembled a small platform for the headlight to go on using some scrap wood and a piece of styrene. I eventually just used the styrene and removed the 2 pieces of wood, but I used this as a testing ground for a new type of superglue. See, I've actually got to know somebody from that train show in January, and they've stopped by my house a time or two. They've also complained about the type of superglue I've been using, and suggested that I use gel instead of liquid. And they put their money where their mouth was, and gave me a brand new bottle of Loctite Gel Superglue. Even though I didn't use this piece, man, they proved their point. Assembling this headlight platform with the gel instead of the liquid was so much nicer. After ditching the assembly, I glued on the single piece of styrene to the front of the engine, and the headlight to the styrene. I also painted the styrene red, just to make it special and add a little more color to the front of the engine. After that, the piston covers had dried enough for me to fit them on. So, I cut a gap in the steam pipes, and I was just able to snap fit on the piston covers. No glue necessary, they fit on nice and snug. Once those were in place, I could then paint on some dirt stains to the tender, the driving wheels, and, of course, the pistons to simulate a little bit of weathering. For the tender in particular, this dirt and grime gave me an opportunity to try and blend together the white paint with the decal so that you don't really notice the difference between the two. At this point, the engine was coming together. There wasn't much left to do except for, well, things I did entirely off camera so you don't get any footage. I mostly used this time to touch up smaller details on the pilot and the tender. Now, Thunderduck isn't finished. I still need to give her a number, again, it's going to be 37, and I need to put Thunderduck on her somewhere, but I plan to add that via decals in the future. As it currently stands... boy, is she cute. I am so happy with how this kit bus turned out. Thunderduck is such a goofy little engine. By my calculations, she wouldn't be that fast, but she would be stronger than a K-37. Is that ridiculous? Absolutely. Will I stand by this lore till the end of time because it's funny? Absolutely. I do have some more things that I'll need to fix. Her rear coupler rides too high, she doesn't have a tender drawbar. But this is an excellent addition to my main fleet. So I present to you engine number 37, Thunderduck. As much as a model railroad is built to, model a railroad, you need context for the world around it to make the railroad feel like it's actually going somewhere. After all, railroads are built to connect places together. What's the point of connecting those places if there's nothing there to connect? The only building that I had at the start of this project was a passenger station. Sure, that's good for passengers, but where's the town, Mansley? We need buildings, we need roads, we need people, we need to make this world feel lived in. So let's do just that. I built a total of 3 building kits for the town, but I'm only going to heavily focus on the hardest one while skimming over the other 2. The freight house was definitely the hardest building to build of these three. It was made by Bantam Model Works and honestly wasn't that hard to do, but the posts that lift the building off the ground were a bit more involved than I'm used to and a lot more work than the other two kits that I made. Instead of using laser-cut wood that nicely notched together for this part, the Banta kit has a bag of sticks that you have to cut to length yourself and then shove into a template to glue the pieces together. The template comprised of 2 cardboard laser-cut pieces, which I simply superglued together. Honestly, this wasn't that bad to deal with at first. Once I got the measurements for how all the pieces should be cut, the chopper made short work of everything. It didn't take long to build all 8 sections required. The one annoying thing at this stage was wood glue. Since the template was made of cardboard, the glue would sometimes stick to more than just the wood, and it took a little bit of force to separate the components from the template. Sometimes this force was strong enough that the pieces that I was building got torn apart. And that's not even the worst of it, though we'll talk about that when the time comes. In between making these supports, since I needed to wait for the glue to dry, I focused on building the doors and the windows. As with any wood kit, this started by cutting out the detail parts from the wood flash. For the door and window frames, I painted them with Ceramcoat Brown Iron Oxide, and for the main door panels, I went with Ceramcoat Maple Wood Stain. Once the paint and stain had a little time to dry, I glued the door pieces together. For the interior window frames, I painted them in Badger Modelflex Dark Tuscan Oxide Red. I know I'm using a lot of my favorite colors today, sue me. Next, I cut the transparent window materials from their flash and carefully removed the tissue paper from their backs. To glue those in place on the interior frame, I used canopy cement. There were also 2 separate segments to each frame, so I just glued them together with the canopy glue while I was at it. I then shifted to the main structure, starting by painting the floor and dock of the building, which I just used some maple wood stain to color. I then cut out the windows and door holes from the wallboard and glued the main walls together. This was pretty easy to pull off since the walls had notches in them for alignment, but this is a good point to mention that I may have received an older version of this kit. To help save some money, since, let's be honest, being a YouTuber doesn't pay very well unless you have a certain amount of monthly supporters, I bought these kits from a secondary seller on eBay instead of buying them straight from Banta. I think I saved about $50 or $60 between the 2 kits I bought, but the 2 kits I received both seemed to not entirely match their instructions. Most notably were these walls. According to the instructions I got, they had notches on the bottom of them to line them up with the floor of the building. The floor also had notches in these instructions. Clearly, that's not the case with the product I received. I'm not sure why that is, but it is worth mentioning that I bought these kits through a secondary seller, and that might have had something to do with it. Anyways, in continuing my theme of favorite colors for this building, once the walls had all been glued in place, I painted them in Ceramcoat Territorial Beige. I then glued in the doors and windows using canopy glue. I didn't do 2 of the windows on the back of the model though, since it's in such a hard place to see that most people will never even notice they're not there. At this point in layout creation, I was trying to cut every corner I possibly could to save on time, since the train show was in less than a week. So, why worry about the back of a building? Nobody's gonna notice. The same mindset applied to the next step, which was adding trim to the building. I only cut the trim for the front. Not even the sides, just the front. I painted the trim in brown iron oxide to match the door and window frames, and glued them in place with wood glue once again. To finish the general shape of the main building, I glued on the roof. The 45-degree angle was a bit unforgiving, though, and the pieces rarely stayed in place for long, so I kinda just had to let it rest. Prayer did eventually work out, and once the roof was firmly in place, I got to work adding strips of masking tape. I don't remember what kind of roofing material this is supposed to represent, but it's very easy and very cheap to do. Making it so each strip of tape slightly overlaps with the last strip makes this nice roofing material. Just remember to be careful when you're trimming down the ends of the roof. You don't want to stab yourself with a knife while you're smoothing out the tape. With that all in place, I then painted the whole roof in black. It took a few coats of paint before the masking tape started to disappear. Next came the base of the building. At this point, all of the supports had been done gluing for a long time, so I glued the assemblies to the bottom of the dock. I then added supports to the main building and tried to fit it together with the dock. And with that, I was done. Or at least I thought I was. This is where trouble arose. I was able to do everything first try and the building was ready to go, but when compared to the height of the cars that I was running, the loading dock was way too high. So, back to the drawing board. I started by making some small notches on the post for how low the building was supposed to sit, and then using a small saw to cut the pieces down. This did not go according to plan. I very quickly broke off one of the posts. I wish I could say that was the only time this happened. It wasn't. In the end, I wound up breaking off and cutting more posts than I was able to keep on and just trim naturally. Eventually, I got everything in place, but the building was supposed to sit in a location where a little bit of the ground got in the way of the floor of the building. To give it some more room to sit, we took a hammer and chisel and chipped away at the scenery to make a nice little niche for the building to sit in. And voila! We have a nice little freight depot for the railroad. This is basically how all of the town buildings went, more or less. Of the other buildings that we had for the town, the station was already built when I bought it. Nothing to really say there. The little green building, I actually want to make that its own video. The kit was only $20 and pretty easy to build. I think it would make for a great topic to help introduce people into building wooden kits. Unfortunately, I actually screwed this building up. I put the windows in backwards, and in my haste to get things done quickly, I accidentally painted over parts of the windows. Most people won't ever notice that, but it does annoy me. The green building was a Make It With Calvin false front building. The other one, Ramona's Room for Rent by Pacific Northwest Miniatures, I actually used super glue on the windows. We were flat out of canopy glue and I wanted a quick and dirty solution. The super glue actually dried pretty clear if I was careful with it. Of course, I was only careful with it about half the time, and I would not recommend trying this at home. It is worth mentioning as a weird alternative, though. With the buildings done, I had to fit them into the landscape in the world. The terrain was really only designed for the station and freight depot and not much else. So, for the other two town buildings, and the road that connects everything together, I had to add some extra terrain. After vacuuming up any loose ballast and grass, I added a mixture of clays that my father mixed up for me to build the general shape of everything. Once enough clay had been added so the main area was flat enough for the buildings, I chiseled out a little bit of room from the mountains so the buildings could sit closer to the mountain. That way, they would just be a little bit farther back from the railroad and make the town feel a little more welcoming. While today's video is mostly focused on the town scene, I did also record a bit of road building by the mine scene. I think it's worth mentioning here because of the railroad crossings. After all, there was not one, but two railroad crossings that I had to build in that region. And unfortunately, I built all of the railroad crossings wrong on this layout. See, I thought that I could get away with laying the clay ground group up to the edge of the rail, and then flatten it down by hand to make sure there was clearance on the edge of the rail so that trains wouldn't have any trouble running over it. I was wrong with that assumption. The clay was super bumpy, and in hindsight, this is something I may have to fix on the little loop. I should have used the same material for the edge of the crossing as I did for the interior. That being scribed wood. It's consistently flat, lies below the railhead, and adds a nice texture and a little bit of charm to the crossing. And let me tell you, at the train show, trains very consistently derailed at these railroad crossings. Some rolling stock handled better than others did, but man, we had to take so many of the hoppers off the railroad. Getting the actual shape of the crossing was kind of tricky though. While the main line at the mine was straight, the siding was curved, and so was the crossing by the passenger station in the town. I didn't really show it on camera, but I had to carve the edges of the boards to give clearance for the flanges in line with the rest of the curve. And yes, I tried cutting them before putting the pieces between the rails. It never really fully worked out, and I always had to go back with a knife and smooth it out a little bit. I also had to cut the angle of the road on some occasions. The crossings were very much not perpendicular to the tracks. With that done and out of the way though, I started painting the roads. For the crossings, I used Ceramcoat maple wood stain, as I always seem to like to do. For the roads, I started with a layer of dark brown, just to give it a nice base dirt color before I started adding the actual tone that I wanted. And, well, at this point we can see another problem with putting the ground group so close to the rails. I wound up painting over the rails pretty frequently while trying to paint the roads. I never let the paint dry, but the fact that it happened so much was an annoying problem that if you're going to try and repeat these steps, you should absolutely consider. I then don't have any footage for the rest of the road work, which is either because the files got deleted, in which case, why did I delete them, or because I didn't record this part, in which case, why did I not record this? This is important. At least with the buildings earlier in this video, I could show off one building and use that as a sample for the other two, but the roads? Let me ramble about those in a second. First, let's get some other background footage going. I added a base for the passenger station. This included cutting a wood deck out of the scribed wood, adding a layer of cork roadbed to rise it to track level, smoothing out the edges with some of the older style of ground goop, and dry brushing the station platform to give it a nice wooden texture that stood out a little bit from the nearby railroad crossing's colors. Alright, roads that I didn't record. The process was actually pretty simple. After the base brown coat of paint dried, I went back with a second base coat to touch up any of the original color and to try and make sure that none of the white/gray of the original clay was showing through. Once that had some time to dry, I added a coat of Ceramcoat Territorial Beige. However, I brushed it on with a smaller brush and did not spend any time trying to paint the small dips and holes in the texture of the road. This way, the road was much more of a tannish brown color that matched the rest of the landscape better, but the original base brown was still able to shine through in a couple of spots. I followed this up with a second coat of Territorial Beige to touch up any spots that felt like they were too brown. To help add even more color and texture, I used an orangish-brown rust-colored pan pastel to add texture to the road. In most areas, I tried to make the rust form two lines to imply tire tracks as a car would drive down the road. In some spots where the road would see more frequent use, such as around the station, railroad crossing, or the heart of town, I tried to spread out the texture more randomly. This was all improvised, and I'm gonna be honest, I think this turned out really well. I probably should have looked at other techniques before doing this, but I'm proud of how this road turned out. At this point, the world had plenty of structure to it, but no real life. So I got to work adding little details to help make the world pop. To add freight traffic and a little bit of quote-unquote industrial furniture, I grabbed a handful of barrels and crates from Wiseman Model Services and painted them all in Ceramcoat brown iron oxide. The barrels needed a coat of primer at first though, which I got my father to help with by airbrushing some on. I glued most of these crates and barrels in places around the passenger station and freight depot to help give them a little bit more of a working feel. Now, humans are important, but they're not the only creatures you'll find out in the world. I wasn't able to afford much, but I ordered some dogs and rabbits from Wiseman Model Services and painted them up in some generic colors. The two dogs are Silver and Cookie. Both of them don't really have super complicated paint jobs, but I did try to give them two tones to make them stand out a little more. Cookie sits in the heart of town, staring at a man eating lunch, and Silver sits at the mine watching trains run by. For the rabbits, I painted them in 4 different colors, with only 1 color per rabbit. 3 I painted up in sandstone, 2 in territorial beige, 2 in brown iron oxide, and 1 in gray. I spread them out around the layout in a bunch of different locations, and some of them are pretty easy to find, and some of them are extremely devious, so if you ever see the little loop in person, see if you can spot them all. I'm willing to bet you won't. For actual factual humans, my father got me some Artista figures for Christmas. In total, we got about 6 characters, most of them being drunkards because they kind of fit the aesthetic of the period well. Unfortunately, I didn't get any footage of adding these figures because I had to do it the day the show began. I was in way more of a rush trying to make the layout presentable than trying to get more footage for YouTube at that point. It's not much of a town, but the small selection of buildings here really goes a long way to help make the world feel alive. I definitely learned some things from building this town. Read instructions so you don't screw up buildings, give enough clearance around the track, but most importantly, wow, a town really finishes up a layout visually in a big way. I should have built this much sooner. It would have given me more time to finish some details I forgot like stovepipes, but also might have given me more motivation to finish this layout if I saw how close to completion it really was. I'm really liking building. So that footage I was missing of the railroad crossing assembly? Yeah, I found it a week later. It turns out I just never exported it from my phone. You guys really aren't missing a ton, but it would have been nice to have in the video, and it is a kind of funny learning experience for me. Remember folks, the place you don't think to check might be the place it is. This is a video I've been excited to make for a while now. I don't know exactly why, but I just loved doing this part of building our model railroad. I do have a guess, though. One of the coolest parts of model railroads is seeing trains from non-standard angles as they traverse the world. Watching from below as a train crosses a bridge. From above as it rolls below the cliffs. From the side as it snakes through tunnels. A little bit of height variation goes a long way to make a model railroad scenery hit home like nothing else can. I think the scenes that I want to share with you today are some of the coolest that we've done on the Little Loop Railroad yet. They were a blast to make, and I'm really proud of how they turned out. So, let's talk rivers, rocks, and retaining walls. The rock formations were more my father's thing. He had a vision, and I let him take the reins. His plan was to use plaster molds. Since it's been a while since he's done this, and since I've never done any of this before, we did a quick test with a smaller mold just to make sure we were doing things right. It's a good thing we did this because the first test broke a little bit too easily. He adjusted the plaster recipe, tried it again, and once the second test came out okay, my father then got to work. He started by spraying the regions that we wanted to add the rocks to with some water to help loosen up the surfaces so that the plaster would grip them better. He then mixed up a large batch of plaster and put it in a pretty big mold. And, quickly, he ran over to the layout and pressed down the mold before the plaster could start drying. For each rock face, he had to hold it in place for 10 minutes to make sure they attached to the layout properly, but also so the plaster had enough time to take shape in the mold itself. My job was to keep him company and to keep track of time. The shape of the rocks turned out pretty well, but the edges didn't really mesh with the rest of the mountain. So, to fix that, we used a little bit of that clay mixture we used on the roads to patch things up. I didn't record this part because my father kinda just did that all on his own. I was asleep when he did this. Using a spray bottle, we then sprayed the rock faces with a few shots of diluted black paint as a nice wash. The color would usually pool in the cracks and crevices, which helped to highlight them and to make it look like there was some shadow on the rocks. After that, we sprayed on a diluted coat of the base ground color. This kind of covered up most of the black wash, but the strongest parts of black still shone through. And then we came back and did another coat of black wash to help highlight the cracks once more. This process went on for a bit as we went back and forth trying to make sure that we got the color balance just right. Eventually, we got it down and could move on to putting on a thin layer of ground goop to really blend the rocks and the base scenery together. We had to be careful to not cover up too much of the rocks so we didn't lose the mold detail, but had to cover up enough so the dirt would blend with the rocks nicely. Once the ground was in place, a quick coat of grass rounded out the scene quite nicely. This was surprisingly simple and surprisingly effective. I love how the rock faces on this layout turned out. It really makes for a striking scene that helps to amplify the mountain. But if you ask me, it's not the most iconic scene on the layout. Don't get me wrong, I love the way this looks. But we need some sort of transition for the second half of the video, and the river scene is just something special. This is something I was far more involved with compared to the rocks. Though, again, some plaster was necessary, and that was my father's expertise. We used the plaster to help level the riverbed. We weren't going to use any materials that had actual depth to portray the water, instead just using a layer of paint, so we wanted things nice and smooth to represent the top of the river. After adding some masking tape to the edges of the layout where the river ends, we poured in the plaster and smoothed it out with a spatula so there weren't any obvious bumps. Something strange that came from this plaster pour is that the middle of the river is slightly raised compared to the edge of the layout. So, no matter which way you look at it, the river looks like it's flowing down towards the edge of the layout. That is not at all how rivers work, and was totally unintentional, but it is a funny little fact to throw at people. As the plaster dried, I got to work making a small retaining wall. After all, the tracks get pretty close to a cliff right down to the river. For this, I cut down some random pieces of wood I had laying around. I think the thinner pieces were 1/8 of an inch by 1/4, while the thicker pieces were closer to a 1/4 inch square. I built the retaining wall in 4 segments. Per each segment of the wall, I cut 5 pieces of thinner wood and 2 of thicker, each to about 1 inch long. I then cut some vertical posts out of the thicker pieces to about 1 3/4 inches in length. After gluing every segment together in a pretty simple pattern, I then painted the thinner boards in Ceramcoat Territorial Beige and the thicker posts in Ceramcoat Brown Iron Oxide. Now, I left these pieces intentionally separate. The river has a slight bend to it along the retaining wall, and I wanted to be able to adjust the retaining wall as needed to fit the space. So, at the river itself, I test fit the pieces, and then used a hammer and chisel to make a nice groove for the pieces to fit into. After the first coat of paint for the river, we used some caulk to hold the pieces in place. Eventually, we added some ground goop to blend the wall in with the scenery, much like we did with the rocks. Speaking of painting the river, we started with a base coat of black. Water usually refracts and darkens whatever's below it, so we didn't want the white of the plaster being the base tone. The plaster was super absorbent and the black paint dried extremely quickly. Soon after, we touched up the edges of the area so only the center of the river was black, while the edge slowly blended in with the ground around it. To really help the ground blend with the river, we feathered it out. At least, that's the justification my father used for this. I told him it was stupid from the get-go, and eventually he agreed I was right. After all, we were going to paint on a coat of blue later anyways. Why try and feather and make the paint look nice when we're just going to paint over it and nobody's going to see it? Speaking of which, we then painted the river in blue, proving my point immediately. The blue was a little too vibrant in my opinion, so I added a little bit of forest green to reflect the trees around the river. Something to note here is the big rule of thumb while painting rivers is to try and have every brush stroke follow the flow of water. You don't want a stagnant river after all. To help make the middle of the river look deeper than the rest of it, we then added a stripe of dark wash down the center. Now, if I had a nickel for every time we did something to the river that I thought was stupid in the moment, well, you know the meme. My father suggested we feather out the ground color into the edge of the river again. In hindsight, I think this was the right choice. In the heat of the moment, feathering the river didn't work 5 minutes ago. Why would we do it again? To answer past me's snarky question, this time it actually did matter since we weren't adding any more paint on top of it. I also had some concerns that the ground color would overtake the river color a little bit too much, but my fears were definitely exaggerated by my past frustrations. Aside from my fears, though, this wasn't pure ground color, it was blended a little bit with the blue-green of the riverbed. That way, the color feathered in even better than before. The last thing we did for the river itself was to paint on some gloss medium. This shiny stuff was exactly what we needed to make the river feel like it actually had water in it. Again, like with the paint, the rule was that every stroke had to follow the motion of the river. However, it was a little bit harder on this step because the gloss medium liked to glob up. I would have to repeatedly spread out these blobs to make sure that the river actually felt like it was flowing. All things considered though, that was not hard to do. After the gloss medium dried, I then added another layer of gloss medium, and then another, then another, then another. I think I repeated this process about 10 to 15 times with 2 hours of break in between each coat. It was pretty soothing. I liked this step a lot. Off camera, I added a little bit of greenery and grass around the shores of the river, and some paint to the plaster on the edge of the layout by the fascia. And that is the river. I love how these two scenes turned out. The elevation changes really go a long way to help make the world feel alive. The rock face turned out great, really amplifying the mountain. But, as I said before, the river is truly the most iconic scene for the layout. I took so many pictures of the river while we were at the train show. I don't really know how to put my joy about these scenes into words other than to say, I want more of these. I want more rock faces, more creeks, more rivers. And, well, maybe we'll see some soon. After all, the only thing left to talk about on the Little Loop Railroad before we talk about the train show itself is the mine. Also known as the $100 headache. This is gonna be fun. The mine is one of the most important buildings for the Little Loop Railroad. The entire layout needed to be designed around its footprint, from the trees to the mountain to the town. It is a massive building for the space we have. Despite being about the size of a large suburban house in scale, we're working in a scale of 1 to 48. The entire layout is only 150 by 200 scale feet. Fitting this in was trouble. But it was important to me. The mine building was, Actually, I don't know why I'm opening on this point. Sure, it's kind of interesting to see how the mine building affected the shape of the layout, but really, today's big struggle is building the building. The mine was a disaster. I started it in November, only 2 weeks after this project began, and I didn't finish it until after the big train show that I wanted to showcase this layout at had opened its doors to the public. Today, we're building the Bantam Model Works Little Creek Mining Company. Bantam Model Works is a company I've bought and built things from many times before. Their kits are satisfying to build, and instructions are some of the best that I've seen so far. In fact, I've got a couple of their kits lined up for future projects as we speak because I really love the build process for most of their kits. Most of their kits. I legitimately believe that if this one wasn't so daunting for me, the Little Loop Railroad would have been complete 2 weeks before the train show. But this building was a roadblock, a headache from start to finish. Okay, that's not actually true. Sounded good when I wrote it in the script, though. I actually got a substantial amount of work done on the first day. I nearly completed the hoist house. It was a little harder than I'm used to, and I would have liked something a little bit simpler personally, but it wasn't over the threshold of complication for me. The instructions said to start with the hoist house, and it seemed like the easiest part of the project. I thought it would nicely ease me into the harder elements of this kit. The main house comprised of a wooden floor and 4 wall frames. Each of these pieces had notches in them to line up with the other parts nice and easy. A little bit of wood glue in between the notches had everything held together nicely. The walls themselves are where things started to get a little bit harder to build. Instead of having the usual single laser-cut board per wall like most of the kits I've done before, this building was a bag of sticks that I had to cut to length myself and then glue in place, board by board. That sounds tedious, doesn't it? Well, maybe it would have been to me in another lifetime, and I'm sure for others it is, but I actually found this step to be pretty satisfying. Cut the pieces to length, glue them in place, leave just enough room for the windows, rinse, repeat. There was just something satisfying to the routine. For the boards that needed angled ends where they met the roof, I just used a hobby knife and slowly cut away the excess material after they were glued in place. Also, pro tip hotshot past me, don't cut towards yourself! What are you doing? Once the glue had a little time to settle, I got to work painting the building. I used Badger Modelflex Weathered Black and dry brushed it on for an inconsistent texture that helped to highlight the wood grain of the boards. On the back of the model, though, I painted it on thick. The wood grain didn't matter as much because the building was going to be blocked by lines of trees at this point. To help give the building a little bit of grime and texture to it all, I used some darker gray pan pastels to round everything out. All of what I just described was done in a night, November 19th, 2024. I then set the project aside for 6 weeks. Every week I said I needed to do something. Every week I said it was the mine, it was the most important building. And every time, like clockwork, I froze up and got nothing done, because the way the rest of this kit was supposed to go together terrified me. In the previous video of this series, I showed off another Bantam Model Works kit that had the exact same problem. The supports for the freight depot used the exact same build method as I'm about to show off here. That is, wood strips cut to fit a template. Not like the walls from earlier, specifically a template. With the freight depot, it wasn't that bad. Each assembly was fairly simple and fairly small. Sure, I had to do 8, but with each being so simple, it was a cakewalk. When it came to the mine, on the other hand, I had to assemble 4 separate templates. Actually, 2 of the templates had templates themselves, so it was actually closer to 6 templates. Not only that, but the designs for each template was more complicated than the one from the freight depot. You see those lines that are at a 45-degree angle here, making a bunch of X shapes up and down the entire build? Yeah, those are for pieces you're supposed to put on top of the build once you're done using the template. Fortunately, in this case, those pieces were pre-cut, so I didn't have to worry about the angles, but good lord. Now, I've done scratch building before. I'm not a total stranger to cutting boards to length and assembling them into something interesting. But since the templates were made of cardboard, the wood glue I used to assemble each section often wound up gluing itself to the template. More often than not, when I tried pulling the assemblies out of the templates once they were done gluing together, I wound up pulling the assemblies apart before the template gave way. Now, I will admit I might have tried to take these assemblies out of the templates too quickly. I think the way that these assemblies are glued together leaves weak joints. Even when I was patient, sometimes things broke anyways. Not to mention that on top of all of that, the appeal of scratch building to me is figuring everything out on my own. This kit just happened to hit the perfect storm where it was both too structured and too unstructured at the same time. And it really stressed me out. Anyways, as I'm speedrunning footage in the background here to avoid explaining my pain, there's one thing I think is really important to note here. After building 2 of these tower assemblies, instead of building 2 more of the other kind, you're supposed to combine the 2 on the second side of the template. You know that problem where the assembly would tear itself apart when trying to take it off of the template? Yeah, that was compounded here, since instead of being a flat assembly, this time it was a 3-dimensional assembly. The forces were way harder to control. Another thing worth noting is that I actually made a modification to the kit. Another model railroading YouTuber, Steve's Trains, actually built this kit a few months back on a small micro layout of his own. When he did, he had to turn the head pulley 90 degrees to make the kit fit in the tight space for the layout. Having a similar issue with my layout, I took a page out of his book and tried to do the same thing. However, while I planned this in advance, I did not actually prepare for it in advance. I had to cut away some new notches for the pulley to sit in, and then add some boards crossing the center of the mine shaft to help support the pulley's mount. Now, I do have some bad news. I didn't really record much else of building this mine. I do have good news though, I'm glad I didn't record much else. Normally I wish I had more content to show you guys, but writing and reading this script is bringing me back to the frustration of building this kit. If I had to review this kit, I think the results are awesome, but the build process is very much not for me. The bag of sticks was just way too much to deal with, and while it may have made some parts of the mine look really nice, I would have loved to have something a lot more reliant on laser cut assemblies. But there is another fun side effect to me not recording much of building this mine. This is the last thing I did before the big train show I exhibited the little loop at. And I mean last. I mentioned earlier that I finished this after the start of the show. These recordings you're seeing now were taken past midnight on the day of the show. Like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. I was adding finishing touches. You know what? No. That's a funny story, but I'm not going to tell you it today. That's spoilers. Before I leave you here, I figure I should explain where the mine gets its name. It's pretty simple. The name comes from the saying, the 11th hour. Anyways, next time, the Great Train Show. See you then. Cheers, folks. What a journey it's been. This project went from November 4th, 2024 to January 11th, 2025. Building the entirety of my first fully finished model railroad in just 2 months, just in time to exhibit at the yearly local train show. Except it wasn't quite in time. Thunderduck was only operational the day of the show, around 1 in the morning. The trees we ordered to finish the forest had yet to arrive, and the mine building wasn't complete as the show began. Doors opened 5 minutes early, and in came the crowds. Was the layout ready? Not even close. Was I? Absolutely. We made it in one piece. Well, 2 pieces. My father brought his N-scale layout for kids to run trains on, after all. This is the first train show my father and I have exhibited in since COVID lockdowns, and it was a blast. Since our entire setup was so small, we got an excellent spot in the show. We are positioned kind of near the center, right on the edge of the big layouts and the sales floor. In fact, in the first 10 minutes of the show, I overheard somebody say, "That's the layout I saw on YouTube." Which just, my heart, man. Sadly, this person didn't stop by and say hello. However, this does have a hilarious side effect, because the first person who actually did stop by and say hello passed by my layout 7 times. It is called the Little Loop for a reason, eh? That person was Cammy, and I'm not going to lie, this train show would have been a bit of a headache if it weren't for her showing up. My father and I were able to handle both of our layouts individually, but sometimes we had to use the bathroom, sometimes we needed a lunch break, sometimes we just wanted to browse the show ourselves. One person juggling 2 layouts at a time was not easy. So you can imagine how enthralled I was when Cammy showed up early into the show and stuck around for the full 6 hours both days. That was a very welcome lifeline, and hilariously, not the only one. Another fan of the channel who happened to be a fellow exhibitor at this show didn't actually realize I was at this show. Which is all the more hilarious because when they asked, "Wait, did you make this layout?" they asked Cammy, not me. Travis, aka Lazy Bubs, was part of a club that had limited mainline capacity, and so club members signed up for certain time slots to run their trains. Because of this, Travis was a frequent sight at the Little Loop, to such a point that you could easily mistake him for being one of my volunteers, and in a way you wouldn't be far off. Including Travis and Cammy, I overheard or talked directly to 7 people who actually recognized the layout from YouTube. Based on vibes though, I think there were about 3 to 5 additional people who didn't say anything and just oogled at the layout. That might not sound like much at first, but for a channel of my size and a random train show off the beaten path, I am very happy with those numbers. For the crowds that had never heard of the Little Loop though, I actually got to strike up some pretty good conversations. My father got to introduce me to a few of his friends, though, hilariously, one of them actually did know about the Little Loop, and I got to meet a good amount of fellow On30 fans in the region. One of which I actually met again at a recent swap meet, and they had a 3x4 foot layout of their own. I don't know how much I directly inspired them, but it was very nice to see somebody else trying their hand at a micro layout. That was so exciting. Though, speaking of which, someone remind me to shoot them an email. I keep meaning to, but putting it off because I just get distracted easily. I think one of the most interesting things that I observed is that everyone seemed to love Peppermint and Snickerdoodle. Personally, I really enjoyed running Thunderduck, but that's probably because of how weird she is and how recently she was completed. After all, she was finished the day of the show. People really seemed to love the names on the trenchies, though, especially children. You should have seen how many of the kids saw the sweets, either on their own or because of their parents, and just such a special look in their eyes. As the show progressed, I really started prioritizing those locomotives thanks to their popularity. The other quote-unquote interaction that I had with the general public was a little pamphlet for people to take that talked a little bit about my locomotives. Each pamphlet talked a little bit about the prototype locomotives and my experience with the actual models that I built of them. They also included custom art of every locomotive from benefactor radio isotopics. I had a blast writing it up. In case you didn't know, I love writing. If I wasn't a YouTuber, I'd probably look into a job as a blogger, a journalist, or maybe a novelist. It was nice exercising that part of my brain with this pamphlet. The pamphlet, however, actually wound up damaging one of my trains. Since I brought 5 locomotives, Snickerdoodle, Peppermint, Thunderduck, Old Trusty, and Annabelle, there wasn't really enough space to fit all of them on the little loop at one given time, so there was always at least 2 locomotives on the sidelines. The problem is, I had a sign for those pamphlets that simply said, "Take one! I can print out more. Please take a pamphlet." But as I kept swapping out the locomotive roster on the little loop, the locomotives got close enough to the sign that eventually somebody thought "take one" meant take one of the locomotives. Now, the good news is, we realized this mistake very early on and they didn't actually take a locomotive. The bad news is the locomotive they were trying to take was Annabelle, the Shay. Now, Annabelle is a locomotive that I wasn't able to really fully get running by this show. She has electrical pickup issues that I was looking to remedy with a Keep Alive or a Current Keeper. However, because I was still trying to figure out how to do this when the show began, her fuel tank was not attached. It was completely unscrewed. So when the person picked her up, the fuel tank fell down and onto another train. Specifically, onto one of the On30 gondolas. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to use that as a gondola anymore. The frame survived, but the gondola sides did not. So, sadly, the On30 train has been damaged a little. Fortunately, we were able to just take a pen and clarify that take the pamphlets, not the trains. Now, the layout wasn't finished. Obviously, the trees didn't show up, but I also kinda didn't finish the mine. I got it to a point where most people either didn't notice or didn't care that it was unfinished, but, man, it hurt to have it not be completely complete. The shaft's pulley wasn't painted, the hoist house didn't have any doors, it didn't have any connection to the pulley or the mine shaft, and the tipple was missing the actual tipples, and it was built at a weird angle due to having to complete this at the last minute. Yeah, at this point, this isn't even the 12th hour mine, this is the 13th hour mine. I have been procrastinating finishing this project for an ungodly amount of time. With that said, I did get a couple of things done at the show. Cammy showed up while I was painting the roof. And I, forgot to make sure to have water on hand so that I could clean my paintbrush. Fortunately, Cammy was more than willing to help with that and ran off to grab me a plastic cup. That, plus Cammy walking past the layout 7 times, was a comical way to be introduced to somebody. Something kind of funny happened at the show. I bought trains, but I didn't buy On30. If you've known me from before I actually started posting model trains to YouTube, which, let's be fair, you probably don't, I love N-scale. I've loved it since about 2008. And my favorite thing to do is to model modern-era short-line railroads that have occasional excursion trains run by steam locomotives. So on the first day of the show, when I found a DCC Sound Bachmann 460 for only $125, you know I had to pick it up. On the second day, I was able to pick up some modern freight cars. 3 covered hoppers, and 2 boxcars. And, as you might notice there, another locomotive. This time, a Bachmann 44-tonner with digital command control. For only $10. I don't think I can ever beat that price. Overall, this show was amazing. The Little Loop being a project that I could only work on for 2 months was very stressful, but it paid off so well in the end. It was a blast meeting so many people. It was a blast completing my first model railroad. Well, okay, mostly completing. I met a lot of cool people, and I legitimately think this is the best thing that has happened to me in 6, 8, maybe even 10 years. Thank you all for such an awesome time. Cheers, folks. Nah, we ain't done with the compilation just yet. Are you kidding me? We got one more video to go. Something to mention is there was some On30 for sale at the show. I didn't buy any because it wasn't really in my price range, but one of my father's friends asked me for advice and walked home with a Bachmann consolidation at my recommendation. I love those consolidations. I have 4.5. I've only shown 2 of them off. I kinda wonder what his friend thought of the one he got. Maybe I should ask my father sometime. You know, there's a common saying among model railroaders. A model railroad is never finished. And that's generally true. There's always more details to add, more ambitions to try, things to redo as you improve, but eventually you kind of have to say it's finished. Even if it's not. Even if you know there's more to go for, you should really set a goal for yourself. Endlessly pursuing perfection will get you stuck up on the details that most people won't ever even notice. Now, the Little Loop Railroad may be my first model railroad, but when I started her, I knew where my goal was. Today, let's hit that goal. This is how the Little Loop looked as of April 22nd, 2025. The buildings had been taken off for ease of transit back from the show, and we never bothered putting them back. Fixing that, easier done than said. Reassembling is easy, though. I want to finish this layout. Today, there are 4 changes that I would like to tackle. 1. The forest. The top of the mountain is supposed to be a strong view block. Let's really emphasize that and continue the trees all the way to the rock face. 2. The railroad crossings. Due to the dirt roads being so bumpy and going all the way up to the edge of the track, we had quite a few derailments at the train show and had to stop running a couple of freight cars. Let's flatten out those areas. 3. The tipple. The mine was something I rushed at the last minute, and while the hoist house and mine shaft look okay, the tipple really got messed up in my panic. So, let's replace it. And lastly, the hoist house is sitting on thin air on its front end. Let's add a simple retaining wall to make it look more grounded. Got all that? Don't worry if you don't. Let's finish this. The trees were tedious. I didn't have to do much for each individual tree, admittedly. All it was jabbing a hole in the ground and then supergluing the base into the hole. Rinse and repeat for about 20 trees. In total, I think this means we have 89 trees on the layout now. Pretty impressive for something so small, and kind of terrifying to be honest. Now, I didn't have enough trees to cover the whole top of the mountain, so I had to leave some clearings. I tried to make them look interesting and highlight the varied terrain on the mine side of the mountain with that little shelf there. The railroad crossings are also pretty easy. My father sometimes grabs a few extra stir sticks from coffee shops so we have more scratch building material. The one problem is they're not perfectly straight. Quality control isn't as precise on coffee sticks, it really doesn't need to be. In order to make sure I didn't replace one problem with a different version of itself, I singled out the flatter, straighter sticks of our collection. I cut away the dirt roads to make room for the sticks, cut the sticks to shape off camera, which actually let's go on a tangent about that in a second, superglued them in place, and then painted them with Ceramcoat maple wood stain to match the rest of the crossing. Okay, tangents. I skipped recording a lot of smaller steps for this video. I recently bought a tripod since I'm planning to go visit somewhere special soon. This was great since I could easily record stuff on the layout, but the little loop is still in my living room. It's been there since the train show. Fitting any tripod in such a way that I can both record and work in this space is not easy. Plus, for the few shots where I ran back to my room to do something, I often left my camera on the tripod to test its stability. So, it's not that I forgot to record something this time, I just actively chose not to. Speaking of which, one step I skipped for the railroad crossings was the one by the station. This crossing was closest to the edge of the layout by my backyard window, and there was hardly any space for me to fit in there. I wasn't going to fit a tripod. The station crossing was kind of interesting, though. With the 2 tracks by the mine, I was able to use one piece of a stir stick per side per crossing. The 2 crossings were straight enough that I could easily pull this off. The one at the passenger station, however, is extremely curved. I had to use 3 pieces per side. I don't think it turned out the best, to be honest, but I don't think it turned out the worst either. The jank has some charm to it. Plus, I think the extra wood just looks better than the dirt did. Overall, an excellent change. The mine tipple was pretty easy to replace. A community member, Caboose, is into On30 and pretty good at what they do. In some respects, I very much look up to their works. One project they've been working on is a semi-custom mine. I say semi because one part was a kit, the ore tipple. I had a conversation with them where we exchanged information about the tipples we had built respectively. This was before the initial mine video went live, and I got a chance to go off about my frustrations with the Banta kit. The kit they built, on the other hand, seemed like a dream to me. Everything laser cut, barely any small pieces. So, I got one. And yeah, it was a dream by comparison. The replacement tipple was a Berkshire Valley Models small ore bin kit. I do have one bad thing to say about this kit. The main structure has such tight fits that in some cases I broke the pieces. I put the whole kit together without any paint or glue as a test to figure out how it's supposed to go together, and when pulling it apart so that I could redo the process on camera, I managed to break the front bracing and one of the internal braces. That said, I actually forgot this happened until I had to write this script and rewatch the footage. The kit was a nice enough experience that I forgot my troubles, and the damage blended in pretty well on the final product. Now, if you're going to take inspiration from me and build this yourself, my big recommendation is to not build this the way that I do. I started by gluing together the frame, leaving off one end of it so that I could slide in the actual bin later. The problem with this is the sides of the frame are supposed to be built around the main bin. The way the pieces all lock together makes it insanely hard to squeeze in the pieces of the bin once the frame is complete. Now, I did get it to work, but I'd recommend doing it differently if you're following along. Now that I think about it though, I probably should have read the instructions. However, the kit's design was so intuitive that I didn't need to. For the frame, I painted it in Ceramcoat brown iron oxide. The bin I did in Ceramcoat maple wood stain. I used the stain on the ore chute too, and the brown iron oxide for the ore gate. All in all, this was a very quick and satisfying build. I think this took about an hour and a half to complete, with an additional hour and a half long break for dinner and paint drying in the middle of all of that. Getting the tipple into position, however, wasn't quite as satisfying. The terrain was not really well designed for a mine. I built it with a mine in mind, and made sure there was a nice big flat area for the tipple and mine shaft, but the gradual mountain slope kinda covered up that space over time and made it hard to fit everything in place. So, for this new tipple, I had to jab some holes in the hillside so the posts could stick into the ground a bit. Lining everything up while the terrain was changing in height constantly sucked. But I was able to make everything work on the first try. Measure twice, cut once, as they say. Last, but not... Actually, no, not last quite yet. Let's throw in an additional quick side note here. The hoist house is supposed to have some sort of supports running up to the mine shaft. It's also supposed to have a string for the lift to be attached to, but I didn't assemble the lift, and that's a project I'm going to worry about another time. However, the supports felt important to me. At this point, I was already cutting wood for the tipple, the railroad crossings, and even the upcoming retaining wall, so I grabbed 2 pieces of wood, marked the angle I needed to cut them at so that they would actually line up with the mine shaft, realized that one of the 2 pieces was so long that I only needed to cut that one, cut it, painted it, and got it in place. These braces aren't much, but they go a long way for making the mine feel a little more structurally complete. I think they're a good addition. Alright, last but not least, for real, the retaining wall. I recently bought 280 1/8-inch square, foot-long balsa sticks. This was the perfect project to put my wood to good use. Please don't clip that, please don't. In total, I cut 3 pieces at 4 inches long, 3 at 1 inch, 6 at 1 1/4, 9 at 1/4, and 3 at 3/4. In an alternating pattern, I glued the 4-inch sticks to both the 1-inch and 1 1/4-inch sticks, making sure to leave 1/8-inch gaps between the smaller sticks. Once all of those were glued together in this sort of wall pattern, I then used the 1/4-inch sticks to make some posts stick out of the wall. On one end of this assembly, however, I added the 3/4 of an inch sticks, sticking out about the same length as the 1/4 inch. I figured this end of the wall would be most visible, so I should add a little something more to make it better connected with the ground. After painting the assembly in Ceramcoat brown iron oxide, I tried fitting it in place. I skipped recording this step because I was already fighting with getting my hands around the ore tipple since that was already securely in place, and I didn't want to also have to deal with the tripod at the same time. Basically, as I expected, the 3/4 posts needed holes in the ground to fit in. That wasn't hard to do. I also had to add another 4-inch long board to get the wall to be the right height and look like it actually fit in. Also not that hard to do. What was hard, you ask? Well, getting everything to stay aligned and stay in place. The angled topography of the region made this a little bit tricky to do, especially since I had to put the hoist house in place to figure out where the wall was supposed to go. That was easier said than done. I had to line up the hoist house by lining up the new supports that linked the hoist house to the mine shaft. And you know what that means? Yeah, the mine shaft also had to be in place to get this right. More things to reach around. But I managed. And with that, the little loop is finished. With an asterisk, of course. I still have a few things I want to do with this layout. 1. An operating session. I know this layout is pretty simple, but I've managed to pack some pretty clever operations into such a small space. 2. More rolling stock. I have 4 freight cars to build, 1 passenger car I'd like to build, a few car frames to scratch build on, and, most importantly, another engine to put together. 3. I actually have an idea to expand this layout in the future. But, for now, I'm going on vacation in about a month and a half. And considering how this project started, you all know what that means. I need to focus. I've got another project to do. And so, the little loop is finished. And I gotta say, for my first model railroad, I am extremely proud of how this turned out. For years, I thought I would never have the artistic talent to make anything like this work. I thought a loop of track on the floor was all I would ever achieve. I am so glad I gave myself the chance to fail. Or, more realistically, I gave myself the chance to try. The chance to prove me wrong, because I was. This layout isn't perfect, but it doesn't need to be. No matter how good or bad I thought this was going to turn out in the end, I have learned so much about the creative process, about teaching myself new things, about who I am as a person, however corny that may sound. If you think you can't build a model railroad, give it a try. Don't give up when the going gets tough. Set that goal and see it through. Because you're learning. And even if you don't see it in yourself, learning artists still make art. Thank you all. Not for watching, but for joining me on this journey. It's certainly been one. It's kind of hard to think that back in September, this whole layout project was just a quick throwaway done out of necessity with no plans for a permanent layout. A joke setup that I did for a vacation. And yet, here we are. A project I'm proud of, a community to support my journey, and a place in life where I feel like I'm doing what I'm meant to do. Sincerely, thank you. Let's keep this spirit going into the next project, eh? I hope to see you then for a little bit of On30. Maybe we can correct some of the issues the original vacation setup had, try our hand at a new scale for a little bit, and see the beauty of Colorado behind a train just as stunning. But that's all for another time. For now, I cannot say it enough. Thank you. Cheers, folks.